there a way to get a copy of the cryptographic keys testimony to Senator Nethercott? Because there's literally people are coming back, like Mary Beth Buchanan, to reprieve the testimony she did before. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. We'll have a recording of this video and we'll make it a signed watch.
Okay.
You know, we lined up that testimony just for Senator Nethercott.
We are live, Senator, or Mr. Co-Chairman. We're live on YouTube now.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman. So I'd like to welcome all of our participants out there in the virtual world to what is our second to last, possibly our last. I guess it depends on what we fail to accomplish, but bringing the blockchain select committee to a strong close as we begin to this session and throughout the next, if we have it, really weed through our legislation and make some final policy choices on what we're going to move forward. And so I'm really excited about the agenda we have today. Mr. Co-Chairman, before we take roll, do you have any opening comments you'd like to make?
Chairman, no, I'm looking forward to the work that we've got today. We've obviously got some very important bills. We'll get them into good shape today, and I think a lot of what we do today will probably end up deferred to our next meeting for a final vote, because we've got, I think, some final polishing to do. But it's a good agenda, and I appreciate everyone joining us today and look forward to hearing the testimony.
Okay. Yep. Let's see where it takes us. Mary Beth or Clarissa, if you want to call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, I will take the roll. Senator Dockstetter.
Here.
Senator Driscoll.
Excused.
Senator Nethercott.
Excused.
Representative Greer.
Here.
Representative Lindholm.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Mr. Kaufman.
Here.
Ms. Long.
Here.
Mr. Ravel.
Here.
Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Here.
Co-Chairman Olson.
Here. All right. And with that, we will jump into a favorite topic of this. Oh, yeah. Representative, Mr. Chairman, Majority Whip Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to kick things off, I did want to just shine a little light on Ms. Long and Mr. Ravel for their big damn week last week. I mean, Joel slaps it out of the park, getting the first no action letter as a trust company by the SEC. That was huge. And then Ms. Long, on top of all of that, is the second 100% reserved chartered bank in the state of Wyoming. That's the first time that's happened since 1791. I'll remind everybody that's listening, it's a big deal. And so really proud of those guys. They and it just goes to show that the governor got this one right as far as his appointees, because that was a big week last week. And it did make news. They called Wyoming the Wild West. And it's true. But either way, I did want to bring that up before we got started, Mr. Chairman. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Lindholm, Ms. Long, Mr. Ravel. Any comments on your successes for Wyoming?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Oh, thank you. I just want to reiterate, this would not have been possible were it not for the legislators on this committee and the legislature and governors, Meade and Gordon as a whole. The Wyoming citizens entrusted in us the ability to create these new types of financial institutions. And we went through a very, very, very long process to do that. And here we are creating an asset gathering play to build a financial services industry in Wyoming. And that's what this was all about. And it's coming. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Ravel.
Thank you, Chairman Olson, and thank you, Representative Lindholm. I just want to add my thanks to especially those of you who were on the predecessor group, the Wyoming Blockchain Task Force, for all the heavy lifting that you did. And congratulations, Caitlin, on Avanti. Very exciting. Thank you.
Another first in the long list of firsts for the state of Wyoming. So yes, congratulations, Ms. Long. and to all at Avanti. All right. With that, any other members want to make any comments? Representative Yin, you look like you want to comment.
I'm good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. That being said, let's jump into one of this committee's favorite topics, commercial filing system. We'll invite in Miss Wheeler and Ms. Reyes. We'll start with the Secretary of State's office, a staple to this committee's history over the last 3 years. Ms. Wheeler.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
And well, welcome, of course. And do we want to, I don't know that we necessarily need to go back over legislation. I think we've gone over this bill, although it did change in from the last meeting to the current. So I guess before we press forward, Ms. Wheeler, are you familiar with the latest working draft of the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, well, I'll start with saying good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Karen Wheeler, Deputy Secretary of State. And we have reviewed the latest working draft, and it appears to essentially be House Bill 70, which passed in 2019, other than the addition of the appropriations in Section 4.
Okay. And does the Secretary of State's office have any comments on the draft or the appropriation section then, since you called it out as being different?
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't. And if you recall the conversation that Secretary Buchanan did have with the committee at your last meeting, he is the one that actually brought up potentially using House Bill 70 and adding the appropriation for a consultant to do an RFP for. So we have no questions about it, no issues with it at all.
Okay. Any questions for the Secretary's office committee? Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Wheeler, one of the concerns obviously that we had in our discussion last time was just what the timeline would look like and when we could actually get something up and running that meets all of the language. It still is in its current draft left optional, but I think there's an understanding that this is something that this select committee really wants to see implemented as soon as possible. So with the language as currently drafted with the RFP and given more time to reflect on it since the last meeting, when would you expect a fully functional API and registration system to be in place?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that's a great question. So you did leave the date in of December 31st, 2021. Once the bill passes in the upcoming session, which I'm assuming would be by March, we would have to issue the RFP, get the consultant in to look at the system and systems within our office, and then we would move forward from there. So it is an incredibly tight time frame to not only do an RFP and go through the RFP process that we must do, but then to build and implement a system. Can we do it by December 31st, 2021? That is a very, very tight time frame. If we move it out into 2022, we're up again against an election year, which is a little problematic for us, but that certainly would buy us a little bit more time. However, we are willing to work within the time frames that are in the bill right now.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Wheeler, one of the things that we did discuss, and this was something that I believe the Secretary mentioned, was the fact that while we needed the RFP to go out, certainly after the timeline of bill passage, so that there would be an appropriation, or at least I should say awarded after the appropriation, it was his suggestion that we wouldn't have to wait until the bill passed and was enacted before the RFP was prepared and released effectively, that could affect that for all practical purposes. I believe it was his view that could probably start right after the election once things settled down a little bit. So thinking in the December timeframe of beginning the drafting and getting it out on the streets, so that really it was the securing of the money that was going to be the key to any award. Obviously, we wouldn't want to do that. So the timeline that was just discussed was waiting until the bill passed before putting the RFP forward. So is that a change kind of in the concept? I thought we were going to kind of have a good handshake deal of we all want to get this rolling and moving forward as fast as possible, but we'd like some May language in it to ensure that we've got flexibility.
Ms. Wheeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Co-Chairman, you are absolutely correct. That is what the Secretary told you. And so well, I was just referencing getting the funding, but I will tell you that we have already started discussions in our office on the framework for an RFP, and we will resume those discussions once we get through tomorrow and we get done compiling and validating all of the results, and meet with the canvassing board in a week. We will continue those conversations. So yes, you are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Wheeler, just on a follow-up on that, this, and one thing that's kind of unique about this legislation is that it directs that in the preparation of the RFP, the Secretary's office will comprise the RFP in consultation with the select committee. And I imagine what we'll do on our end is just appoint a couple liaisons to shepherd that process along. Just wanted to make sure that the Secretary's office is aware of that so that we can sooner rather than later begin working together on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, we were aware of that, and we welcome any input and anyone that wants to be involved with this as well.
Excellent. Representative Greer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe you can help me. You're on appropriations, but the appropriation, this bill will not be approved until the supplemental budget. So help me on the timeline with this. Is I understand the Secretary of State's office can put together and outline an RFP, but can it really go out until the funds are legally available? And if so, then I'm trying to look at the 250 for consulting. I'm looking on page 5, line 7. So we're not letting it revert on June 30th, 2021. But in fact, that would be, wouldn't that be the earliest date that it would be available? So I need to understand the timeline.
Thank you, Representative Greer. So to answer the first part of the question, technically, no. You wouldn't have to disperse the funds before you release the RFP. It can get a little messy. We just ran into this issue with the IT consultant. Remember, we passed a bill last session, said we're going to do $750,000. We sent out the RFP. We had applicants, and then Management Council, in response to the budget crisis and in response to the COVID crisis, chopped that appropriation down to $250,000 after the RFP was already out. What ended up happening is no company backed out. The companies that had already put in the RFP just said, okay, now that the scope is further limited and the dollar amount is limited, here's what we can do within that scope. So I think it does run a risk in that, there's certain companies will only apply if it's at a certain dollar amount. And if it's not, if it's not funded at all, that's a problem, obviously. If the funding changes, which is possible to happen through the legislative process, I can see how that might flesh itself out and it won't stop the process. It'll just look a little different. On your second question is a really good question. I'm going to have to stew that one over some more, unless Mr. Co-Chairman, you have any comments.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think one comment I have is that we can certainly make it clear that this RFP is subject to legislative appropriation for the funds, and I think it would be important for us to be clear about that. I think we can proceed in the interest of time beforehand, but I think that's the extent of my thoughts on it. It's prudent to do so, but we need to be clear that we need the legislative appropriation in place to fund it, unless we want to come up with some other clever idea, which I don't know what that would be. And maybe Representative Greer has some thoughts on alternatives that we could look to as well there. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just trying to think through the unique aspect of this is that it is supposed to intercept an existing fund that may or may not have a balance in it. So and even if it doesn't have a balance in it and it's an accumulation aspect, I believe the secretary testified, that within like a month to 3 months, that imbalance would accumulate well beyond what we're trying to reach the full 2.5 million, then alone the 250,000.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, the comments about moving ahead, getting things ready and out there with a contingent appropriations, all appropriate and in a way to move forward quickly. I just think I think when we look at the language, one is the reversion, it isn't needed, or just change it to 2022, that it doesn't revert, but then that it buys you extra time so that you make sure that it gets done, right? I don't know how well that ties in with the timeline up above. I think it's fine because it just says that they'll start moving or may move at that point in time. I think the concern or maybe what we were trying to get to is that we would ensure, as the chairman said, that there would be funds in that account. Not all of it would be transferred to the general fund on a specific date. So I just point those out as something I saw as I went through it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thank you. I think Representative Greer's thoughts on changing that reversion date is a good idea to provide a little bit of a buffer if it doesn't get out in time or if the payments aren't made. So yeah, I think that I believe what he's looking at there is the page 5, line 7. That June 30th, 2021, it would make a lot of sense to just kick that down the road. And even, straight up to the June 30th, 2022, which would be consistent with the reversion date on page 6, and would also give us a full legislative session in addition if we need to remedy it, which I think is important. So that's a very good thought. Appreciate that one.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding that correctly, then this could intercept 2.5 million from the corporate filing computer system account, not expend it, and in 2022 deposit it into the general fund instead of back into the corporate filing account.
Say that again.
The reversion would deposit any unspent or unobligated monies into the general fund. So it will intercept the 2.5 million from the corporate filing computer system. If we do nothing, then the money goes to the general fund instead of back to the account that it comes from.
Mr. Chairman, it says revert as provided by law. So it would basically take the strings off. I think with the strings taken off, it would revert, as you just said, to the general fund. I can't say I know that, but I think that's accurate.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that amendment. So when we get to a place where I think we're gonna have to make a decision. I don't know that as we go through the day, I don't know that we have to make a final decision on every bill in December. If we've got a bill ready, like say, for example, if this bill is ready, but for this simple amendment to a single date on line 7, page 5, then I think we can make those amendments and move the bill forward.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I think this is one we could hopefully kick out unless, if anybody wants us not to and has thoughts of large revision, by all means, note that and we can move it to the December meeting. But if everyone is comfortable that we're generally in the right place with this, then let's kick it.
Okay. All right. Other questions, comments for the Secretary of State's office committee? Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if I could go off course a little bit. I've been seeing a lot of ads on social media from the Secretary of State's office and encouraging people to vote. And I think that was a great use of funds, easy advertisement. A lot of people use social media. I thought it was a really good idea. And I was wondering if the Secretary of State's office has any data available or just a general idea as far as how that campaign went.
And just to add to that question, Ms. Wheeler, when you answer that question for Representative Lindholm, where do those funds come from? Which account?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To you and then to Representative Lindholm. The funding for that came from CARES Act money that the Secretary of State's office received. We had election CARES Act money that was given directly to each Secretary of State. And so we used that money to do a media campaign to encourage voters to go to the polls and to show them that they will be safe and secure as well. Now, as far as data as to how effective they were, I don't have that with me, but I can certainly get that and provide it back to the committee.
Representative Lindholm?
Yeah, just as a quick follow-up, and I really appreciate that, Madam Deputy. I mean, just do you have anecdotal information? Was it somewhat successful, immediately? You know, just a general idea. I don't need specific numbers.
Mr. Chairman and Representative, I don't have the exact numbers right now. I can tell you that as of this morning, we did have 140,000 requested absentee ballots and 131,000 have been returned as of this morning.
Ms. Wheeler, I read in the paper that in my county, in Laramie County, 60% of those registered had already voted. Is that consistent across the state, or is my county a little higher or lower? What does that look like?
Mr. Chairman, we are seeing that we have higher absentee voting across the state.
So it sounds like it's very possible that your campaign may have helped with that, but we'll have to see the data, I suppose.
Mr. Chairman, we certainly hope it did. Our intent was to let the voters in Wyoming know that whether they choose to go in person, it's safe and secure, or if they want, they could get an absentee ballot during this election season and vote that way as well. We just wanted to make sure that every voter knew they had an option and to participate in the election.
Ms. Wheeler, I feel like we're going down a tangent, but this brings up a really interesting concept. I wonder, do we do any type of advertising like this year round for business in Wyoming, for registered agency in Wyoming, or creating a business in Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, no, we don't. And honestly, we would not have been able to do the social media push nor the flyers that we did before the primary had it not been for the CARES Act money as well.
I got you. Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that was my thoughts also. You know, with it being CARES Act funding, it would be tough to do. But we're also creating a new account in this piece of legislation. I mean, our business filing, nobody knows us better than the Secretary of State's office, and their data is always on point in regards to reporting those numbers, and those numbers are just growing. And so that might be something for the committee to think about, or the legislators returning the next session to think about, is amending into possibly this legislation allowing for that activity out of that account. Because if it did return good results in regards to the election, then it might return good results where the Secretary of State's office could specifically target areas that you see high business formation that might be going to another domicile like Delaware, where we'd be able to target those areas and be able to hopefully retrieve some of those businesses and make a little money off of it.
Yeah, Representative Lindholm, I think of tourism and the tourism account and how we have billboards all over the state of Wyoming. You drive through New York, state of New York, and I'm told you can see an RV or what have you, semi-truck, whatever, driving around with large vinyl stickers on it that say, visit Wyoming. And it would be interesting to see something like that, bring your business to Wyoming. Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think Representative Lindholm's idea is an exceptional one as we look forward to how we can enable and encourage the growth of our filing system when we get to the point where we've got an API. And I think probably the approach for that is to look for a mechanism where some portion of revenue that goes through the business office can be used for marketing, and we would need to work through appropriations to get that done. But I can't imagine there wouldn't be a positive ROI on it if we did it right and we're thoughtful about that. We need to make sure that we're not just throwing away money. But I agree that we see a positive ROI on tourism. We know that Delaware actually invests and succeeds. So we've got kind of a case study there. It would be well worth investigating that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see Joel has some thoughts too.
Yeah, Mr. Reville.
Thank you, Chairman Olson. I just want to weigh in with strong support of Representative Lindholm's idea here, and it just maybe a reference from the private sector. It would be unusual for a company to not have 2% or thereabouts of its revenue earmarked for marketing and promotional spending. This is obviously public sector, not private sector, but the self-fulfilling nature of marketing this and the potential ROI of doing it seems to make a lot of sense to me.
Oh, we still have a meeting and a meeting to go. I don't know if the bill is too late in the season, but it actually seems pretty simplistic.
We could budget amend that one too, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. What, Mr. Co-Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I was suggesting we could also put together a budget amendment for that as well and bring it for the supplemental budget during the session if we don't have time. It is simple.
Representative Lindholm?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my question would be towards the Secretary of State's office. As it currently stands right now, with the existence of the Facebook ads or the social media ads being utilized to encourage people to vote, I'm hoping those results have a good ROI. What would that look like if all of a sudden the legislature said, hey, we want you to do with this for businesses from here on out? Would the Secretary of State's office be able to pivot to doing that without any additional employees? Is there experience at the office of creating those Facebook ads, or was that contracted through a contractor in order to run those ads? Could you explain that for me, please?
Deputy Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Lindholm. I will start this by telling the committee that we have talked about for years being able to advertise and promote doing business in Wyoming. Unfortunately, we have an incredibly small budget, and after the reductions that we're doing now, that budget is really small. So it is something we would love to do. We've talked about doing it. As far as the election campaigning that we did, the social media, that was done through a Wyoming firm. We did have to contract out, and we did use a Wyoming company to put that advertising together. And that is what we would do again. given the means to do that with funding. So yes, it is something that we've talked about doing. We would love to be able to do it. Unfortunately, we've never had the means to do it.
Any follow-up? Representatives, senators, Representative Lindholm?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, I super appreciate the deputy. As far as advertising, this is a conversation that we've had over the last 6 years, time and time again, as far as what we can do to help. And you know, maybe this will turn into something where we finally get that opportunity to kind of turn you guys loose and let you really ramp up your game. And I think that'd be great. But I did want to express my appreciation for you hiring a local Wyoming firm and handling that because not only do we all ride for the brand of Wyoming, but the ads look very professional. They looked well done. The placement was good. I do social media ads all the time, and they're a pain in the butt. So whoever did it, if they're listening, they did a really good job. And thanks on behalf of the state.
Very good. Anything else for the Secretary of State's office? On topic or off topic, apparently? No? All right. Well, thank you, Deputy Wheeler. If you want to just hang around, we've got some more testimony and we'll be coming back for a motion on this legislation.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Professor Reyes.
Hello, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Is that SMU right behind you?
It is, yeah.
But that's not live SMU.
It is not, no.
But I'm sure it's just as green and beautiful today.
It is, actually, yeah. It's bright and sunny and nice day.
Excellent.
Professor, would you move closer to your microphone if you can? You're a little bit quiet.
Yeah, is that better?
It is.
All right. Well, welcome. Indulge us.
Thanks. So it sounds like I might be preaching to the choir, but I wanted to take the opportunity to just zero in on one aspect of the bill that it would cover. It's my understanding that this would encompass the UCC financing statement filing system. This has been a project of mine since around 2017. You have the original sort of concept paper amongst your materials. But since then, I've been working to actually build out the system. It's the way I see it and the reason I picked the UCC filing system as a good use case for smart contracts and blockchain-based record system is the UCC financing statements and the related filing system under Article 9 are intended to serve a notice function, right? They're supposed to tell everybody else that you may have an interest in certain collateral. Actual notice, however, is quite frequently impossible under the current operation of the system, sort of nationwide, right? State by state. And everybody agrees about that. Participants in the system, legal scholars, everyone, right? So in order for the UCC financing statements to come anywhere close to what they're actually supposed to do, Article 9 has to supplement the system with legal rules that mitigate a variety of the shortcomings. It's we spend sort of 3 weeks on them in class when I teach it to my students because they're complicated. Most, if not all of those shortcomings relate to ensuring that parties in the system that don't know each other have access to the same record of evolving facts at any given point in time. And when I think about great uses for distributed ledger technology and blockchain technology, it's where parties need to arrive at the same consensus about the existence and evolution of shared facts between them, making the Article 9 financing system filing system, one of sort of a great use case for digital ledger technology. So in my project, the goal has been to automate as many of the existing Article 9 rules related to the UCC financing statements as possible. I picked this approach rather than trying to innovate in the financing statement system for a couple of reasons. My first understanding is that at least one other state has worked on building something like this and then got significant pushback from industry, in part because they felt it was pushing in on on their space, right? So if I could make this work without pushing in on their space, or at least giving them a reason to claim that I was doing so, then maybe it would be more palpable, right? The second reason is because, except for in Wyoming, but more broadly speaking, reforming the UCC to deal with emerging technology is hard and long and takes forever, right? So the goal was to make it possible to do this without having to change the law related to the financing statement. Where possible, I have though been trying to show where small innovations could happen even without changing the law. For example, providing sort of staking a fee for the filing office, such that if they provided a reminder to you that your financing statement was about to lapse, that then they would get paid for doing that for you, rather than you forgetting that you need to file a new one and then being an unsecured creditor to the tune of millions of dollars, which has happened in real life cases, right? The goal then is to, again, automate as much as I can and show that even automating existing rules pushes the system forward in unique ways that's helpful to everyone, namely eliminating the need for those 3 weeks of rules that I teach to my students about what to do when the system fails, because automating the system prevents it from failing, right? At least prevents it from failing in those ways. So if done well, achieving those two simple things, just automating as much of existing law as possible and providing simple innovations where possible as optional opportunities, both for the filing office to receive additional sources of income, right? Additional fees sources, but also just showing what smart contracts could do in this space. Simplifies the Article 9 as a whole, really, and causes ripple effects in commercial transactions in practice. That's really all I wanted to say. I just wanted to hone in on that particular issue and say how excited I am that you're moving forward with this, or that it looks like you might be moving forward with this bill.
Committee. Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Professor, for being here and sharing that, as well as the previous work that you've done. I was wondering if you could comment a little bit on how heavy of a lift you think this is going to be in terms of developing it out and building it out, with regard to having an API style system for the Secretary of State for corporate filings, linking that to a corporate identity, and then having a UCC filing system integrated with that, as well as trying to do the automation and smart contracts. Do you feel that most of that technology is already in existence and robust, and we just need to put the pieces together, or do you feel that there's some heavy work to do?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. I think there is maybe a mixed response. So I would say my work on this is focused solely on the financing system, on the assumption that no one would be quite as forward thinking as you all are in reforming the entire thing, right? Which goes maybe beyond my wildest imagination. But the goal of my work has just been to reform the UCC system in a way that would work where everything else just stayed the same, right? And that I don't think is a heavy lift at all, right? So I think pieces of this wouldn't be a heavy lift at all. Doing it all together is going to be a considerable amount of work, I think, but not impossible.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Professor. What about there's currently human interaction, and this is one of the things that I've been having conversations in this space with folks about, where even if you automate heavily the filing side of it, the registration, getting it on a blockchain, for example, making it a public record, you'll often need to have that human fact checking and reality checking component. How do you see a system like you've been looking at and designing integrating with the necessity for just the human fact checking and veracity components that have to take place? And I assume you kind of thought that through with the electronic contracts and smart contracts. So how do you see that playing out so that we gain a substantial amount of efficiency through this process? And how do you see that workflow moving?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the question. I would say that's one of the reasons I picked the financing statement as the use case, as the test case, because the filing office is not responsible for checking the veracity of what's inside the filing statement. All you have to do is check that it's filled out. Right, that's the responsibility of the filing office in this instance, and so that itself can be automated. Right, if the form is electronic rather than a PDF, and you don't fill out the pieces of the form, then you don't get to hit the submit button. Right, but this in particular is sort of obviates the need to ask those questions because the filing office is not allowed under Article 9 to see whether it's true or not. That's not their job.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know that, and thank you for that lesson for today. That's interesting, and that definitely does make it a lot easier if they're not even allowed to work on it for you. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Committee, other questions for Ms. Long?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to recognize Professor Reyes as one of the fellow members of the Emerging Technologies Task Force at the Uniform Law Commission. There is so much happening, and she's deep in the weeds on what Wyoming has been doing with digital assets. And so when she speaks about the need to update the UCC1 financing statement filing system, she's doing it from real rolling up sleeves perspective and working with the Uniform Law Commission. And ultimately, it's been nice to see that where the Uniform Law Commission is ultimately going to end up, which is for digital assets, they will be recommending a new uniform law in the summer of 2022, so a little less than 2 years away. And it's moving in the general direction of where Wyoming ended up. So we really do have an opportunity to lead on this front too, if we decide we want to. I think other states may end up following if we effectively set the standard. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other? Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So first of all, I don't know what the hell SMU is.
Southern Methodist University.
Now I know. I'm not an educated man.
I saw you wonder what that was, and
I don't know. So I'm guessing, hopefully, everybody else was. Some other people were scratching their head. Maybe I was the only one. Anyways, Doctor, I really appreciate you being here once again and contributing. I was wondering, did you get a chance we just got done with our Wyoming hackathon, and one of the applications that was put forward as far as was developed, as you know, they had a month long, so they were actually able to develop and write code and do all those types of aspects to actually automate some things. And they did concentrate on the Secretary of State's creating an API and showing the functionality. And so they were able to really ramp up the existing searchability of the database for business filings. And it was a pretty interesting concept, and it worked out all right. I think that team got second or something like that on Best for Wyoming, I believe. But I was wondering, Doctor, did you get a chance to look at that? Would you see that as one of the pieces of the puzzle that you'd want to pursue if you could snap your fingers and get it done?
So thank you for the question. I did not get a chance to look at that, but sounds great. It would be absolutely one of the pieces of the puzzle that I would love to be able to snap my fingers and have it done, because it would take my project, which is just a small little piece, much farther than I would have. So I'd say it'd take it to its full life as it's imagined in the conceptualizing crypto law article that you have. Whereas when I actually built it out, I focused a little bit more narrowly on what I thought would be achievable in a place that wasn't going to reform the whole thing, right? So yes, absolutely. One thing that it would allow you to do as a creditor, right, is keep track of, say, business reorganizations in ways that would affect your filing if you needed to refile, for example. So yeah, it would be a piece of the puzzle, even just for my little piece of it, which is secured transactions. That would be extremely helpful. I would also say, and I think I was remiss to say until Caitlin mentioned, right, focusing in on digital assets. One cool thing about having a financing statement based out of built on smart contracts is that if you wanted, you could actually, so there's, questions about how do you how do you perfect in digital assets? If you wanted control to be three-way or partially based in the filing of the digital asset, if the smart contracts are the filing financing statement, there's no reason you couldn't actually hold the digital asset in the financing statement, right? Because the smart contract could hold digital assets as collateral. But that might be a little like 5 steps too far out in the wild for everyone. But it could be a cool idea.
Mr. Chairman? First of all, I don't think that's 5 steps out too far, Professor. I think that's exactly the kind of thing that we want to see, right? That's what we're working towards, is a system where it's so well integrated. We've got corporate identities that are appropriate for cryptographic use, for digital signatures, for smart contracts in a way that other states don't have, and we have those integrated at the state level. So as we're envisioning this entire package, that's precisely what we're trying to envision. Mr. Co-Chairman, one of the interesting things, Representative Lindholm mentioned the work that David Murray had done developing an API for querying the data set and exploring the data set that is currently in existence at the Secretary of State's office. We have Henning Diedrich and his team that has been working smart contracts along with and a plain language smart contract system along with Professor Reyes. And we've got other folks that have been working with us through the blockchain stampede on other projects. The reality is we have the world's best team of people to build this project out assembled already. They have been working with us as we discuss this. And I think it would be interesting to explore further. We move this legislation along, really, but I think bringing the group together and just saying, hey, how would we build this? What is the appropriate build out of it with folks who've already built the components of it and see what it looks like to start putting it together would be an excellent exercise after this meeting. And maybe we can have some discussion, put together a little working group or something informally and talk that through, what it would look like for us to work with the Secretary of State's office to just get this built out based on work that's already been done, where people have been chomping at the bit to get their ideas utilized and instead of having to go and explore. And Professor Reyes, do you have any thoughts on that type of a project?
Just that sounds excellent. I feel I've been remiss to mention that my prototype for the UCC1 financing statement is built in Lexon. And so it's because it's the only way I could build it myself, right? But I have actually attempted to build it in other ways too, but I will say the project was more difficult insofar as I couldn't code it myself, and it was hard for me to convey the legal rules, right? I think that translation piece, to the extent that parts of the filings, all of the filing statement systems that you're looking at reforming with digital ledger technology that might be the trickiest piece, right? Is the translation between the law and the code.
Right.
But I think that sounds like a great project.
And Mr. Chairman, we've got Mr. Henning Diedrich is in our lobby right now. I don't know that he was intending to provide public testimony on this, but he may be. We can see if he has any thoughts on essential components for rolling this out. And Mary Beth, do you know if Henning was intending to provide public comment on this?
Mr. Chairman, I do not, but we can certainly add him now if that would be your preference.
Yeah, let's just pull him in and see what he has to say. And Mr. Co-Chairman, I like that you brought up Mr. Murray and the API, the hackathon. This concept isn't amorphous. It as you pointed out, right here in Wyoming, in Laramie, Wyoming, began a lot of the framework and a lot of the workers right here, not to discount, of course, Ms. Reyes outside of Laramie, Wyoming, but the point is there's plenty of work that's been put into this that it's not so foreign to so many that it would be so difficult. And that's part of the reason why I wanted this select committee to have a role in building the RFP, because I think that, not that we're not, don't get me wrong, not that we're targeting that towards any one individual, but that in working with the committee, we know we can structure the appropriate language for that RFP, and I think it will move along very quickly. That we don't have, you're not going to have a dozen applicants who have never done anything before, and this is brand new. Rather, you're going to have the right applicants who have been working in this field for the right amount of time that are going to help us move forward a lot quicker. Henning, welcome. We brought you in. We're not sure if you wanted to comment, but we felt this is obviously an appropriate topic for you to comment on. So we'd welcome any comments that you do have.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to support Kala's viewpoint that actually there are topics that are almost, you should almost call them low-hanging fruits. And from a system development architecture perspective, doing everything at once is actually a big advantage. So it's a great opportunity that you are thinking about the holistic approach here, unifying all of the different aspects where I think one of the big chunks here really also is the corporate filing system itself. If this is tackled in a well coordinated approach, can become a very, very strong asset in itself to actually lift all of it. Of course, you have to plan it out really well, but this is not even a blockchain exercise. It's really about software development. And yes, as you said, you have the team actually. We'd be super excited to help working with us and going through the process to make that possible.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Henning, thanks for joining us. As far as the building blocks and the pieces, you know, we've talked a lot, and we're going to be looking at digital identity later, which will include opportunities for organizational identities and trying to enable that. One thing that I don't think anybody has, and I don't think we have, is really an authoritative corporate identity that works for cryptographic use in the state. And it seems that integrating that would be an appropriate foundational piece. Like you kind of want to start there and build everything else off of that. Is that a fair statement, that we really kind of need to get that aspect of the database in place and build everything else and probably a blockchain style distributed ledger for that identity that's controlled? Is that a fair statement, or should we be trying to start somewhere else? Where should we start, I guess, is the key. What's the first piece?
So I would like to support that. That is a very important building block, and it's a great building block to start. Also, it's probably going to unearth a lot of other questions. It might be confusingly hard to tackle because, although technically it might be pretty simple, it will demand to answer a lot of questions that then are answered going forward for all of the other aspects. So that's why it might, in fact, be a great starting point. I would not recommend starting it completely blindly, just dashing in without also spending some thought, at least on the brainstorming mode, about everything else.
Okay.
Because in the end, it should all be interconnected. And this piece of the puzzle, of course, exclusively serves everything else. It is not necessarily something that stands on its own, right? So absolutely, yes, it's the right starting point. And I would like to confirm that strongly because it looks so simple that it's deceivingly simple, both in the sense of it seems to deliver little, but that's wrong, as we heard last time from Mr. Maya. It's really very important. And on the other hand, it seems very manageable, which is very good because it's going to unearth so many other things that will have to be solved.
Great, thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I got a note from Christopher Allen. He wanted to weigh in also on this as we're talking about this architecture aspect. So I invited him to come in too for public comment as well.
Sure. Mr. Allen, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Co-Chairman Rothfuss. My name is Christopher Allen. I'm with Blockchain Commons. I am the co-author of the SSL TLS International Security Standard. So I'm, a cryptographic expert, etc. I also am deeply involved as one of the creators of the decentralized identifier and in the digital identity community. And I've been a regular here at these meetings. As was mentioned earlier, there was a very interesting Wyoming hackathon a couple of weeks ago, where one of the participants contributed a fairly nice ability to access Secretary of State records, pretty much existing records, like nothing really new there, but they were able to implement it in a couple of weekends. I honestly feel like we should have had that level a few years ago. I demonstrated last year around this time new capabilities to be able to add decentralized identifiers and verifiable credentials using newer technologies, blockchain-based technologies, to give both individuals, initially the registrars, and corporations strong to the latest standard digital identity, which then allows you to use those digital identities to make statements like, this other corporation does business with me. Or in the case of the Secretary of State, this corporation was, incorporated into my state on this date and has current good standing. And those are incredibly important base lines for building everything else. Once we have a digital ID for a corporation backed with a claim from the Secretary of State that yes, it was founded in Wyoming, and yes, it has good standing, so many other things become a lot easier, because now we can say, oh, well, we're conforming to UCC guidelines around how we're doing cryptographic custody, which is something else we care about. We can do DAOs and other things much easier, which is another topic later today. And then obviously, as Dr. Rees has said, the issues of being able to build smart contracts on top of that, with that as kind of the root. So I really am one of the biggest supporters of anything we can do to get this sort of corporate birth certificate going. I do not believe that it's that difficult. I think there are many parties who want to help, and the sooner the better. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Allen, we made a couple references to the hackathon and Mr. Murray's project, and for everyone who sitting on this committee would probably be familiar with it, but for some of our viewers, or excuse me, listeners, viewers, wherever you may be tuning in, may not be familiar with exactly what that winning project was. Could you just briefly summarize that so everyone understands what we're talking about?
Sure. I have a copy in front of me. The URL I will share with the Zoom chat, and then Mr. Chairman, if you have some way of sharing it more broadly on the record, because I know that the Zoom chat is not the record.
Yep, I'll shoot that out, but yes, please.
Oops, is that the right one? Oh, nope, somehow.
No, but we look forward to reading that one.
Where in heck it was? Here it is. Okay, sorry. Too many windows. It's called the SOS API. And
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Allen, would you be, are you set up to screen share and give us like just a 1 minute quick search query, and you can search for like my corporation or your corporation or something, so we don't disclose anything along those lines, but would that be okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that'd be great. Let's do that if you can,
Okay.
Mr. Allen. And then real quick,
Mary
Ms.
Beth, will
Reyes,
you allow him to screen share, please?
yeah, Ms. Reyes has to head over to a Uniform Law Commission meeting. So we thank you for your testimony, and don't hesitate to run over to that important meeting when you need to.
Okay, so this is their demo, DevPost Software SOS API. It's an open API, basically, using some of the existing data and that is available. There is a video here of the actual searching. It's based on just simply the download, so it's only as up to date as these downloads are up to date. There's a demo, I believe, here. It's after the hackathon, so it's possible that the demo is not active. Well, I won't explain what this is precisely, but this is basically, shows behind the scenes, the database records, and you can basically use these different types of records as a software engineer to create software and APIs. So they've done a lot of the hard work of figuring out what is a good way of accessing all of that type of stuff. And the video up here does demonstrate some of the ways of using that, as well as what it would look like for a regular user, which does appear to be not available right now because the hackathon is over. So I think this is a great start. Having that be officially updated and approved would be very inexpensive. On the order of maybe a man-month of work. And then from there, adding these other features as other people have requested, DIDs, registrar IDs, ability to start doing some of the UCC registration work, and send information back to the registrar would be the next phase. So I highly encourage that Secretary of State talk with this team, understand any challenges they had, but they clearly did this in a couple of weekends. So this is a good start. Thank you.
Excellent. Yeah, that's very helpful. And we'll get the link. I'm sure some of our members could share it out there, but we'll get the link shared out there. And there's just a fine example. Absolutely. Your point well taken, how quickly that was put together and how it, that's why I say it's not amorphous. It's, I don't think, I'm not even sure, I think about this bill and I think about the price on the consultant and the price as a whole, and I'm not even sure that those are in the ballpark. I think that the cost to do all of this is so minimal. Well, heck, at one point, I suppose we had someone who was willing to do it for free.
Yeah.
So here we are. I saw some hands go up, I thought. Ms. Long.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just very, very quickly, I think it's worth noting that Dave Murray is a Cheyenne native as well. He really does care about Wyoming. Thank you.
He does, thank you. And that's the other point I was trying to, thank you, Ms. Long, to bring home, is that this has got Wyoming written all over it, and a Wyoming first written all over it. It's just a tremendous opportunity for the nation and for Wyoming. I thought, Mr. Kaufman, did your hand go up, or were you just stretching? You're just stretching. Mr. Allen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have access to the last year's blockchain task force videos, but there is a video on the record of a demo there that some of the newer members of the select committee may not have seen. So they may be able to find the exact time point in that video for that demo. But basically, walk you through the whole process with real code that was done in a month or so, based on an existing implementation where, a registered agent actually it was real code. actually, registered. The Secretary of State confirmed that they were a resident, accepted them, gave them a verifiable credential saying, yes, you are a registered agent in the state of Wyoming. And then they were able to use that to enroll companies under the way the law works right now. And that those companies then also had identifiers that kind of fit in ways that other laws say that, oh, well, corporations can be now managed and use corporate records on blockchains that allow them to bootstrap to be able to do that. So that is on the public record.
Yep, I remember that. That was at the Laramie, one of our Laramie meetings, I believe. Excellent. Any other thoughts or comments before we press forward? Mr. Co-Chairman?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think that got us a little bit behind schedule, but I think we can hopefully catch up. And I don't know that we've got a lot to work on the bill. Hopefully people will be comfortable with roughly where it's at this point in time. But I really appreciate all of the efforts and all of the goodwill and support and contributions to trying to make this product work well, with really the world's best coming to the table to work with Wyoming on building this infrastructure. It's spectacular. So thanks for all the contributions and hard work and thoughtfulness to the community that's come and joined us on this.
Okay, so with that committee, you want to work the bill then? I'll just need if that's the pleasure of the committee, I just need a motion.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd move the bill do pass at this time, but we need to get, let's see, I'm just looking at legislators right now as we're working the bill.
Senators.
There we go. Representative Greer came back. I think we're fine now with Representative Greer here. I think we can work it.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, how do you want to handle this for your senators? Do you want to just hold the vote open? Because it's a little unusual that we have 2 missing senators of 4.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think we're fine, honestly. On this bill in particular, when we get to some other bills, I'm going to ask that we not finalize the vote until they have a chance to weigh in. Private keys, for example, and some other ones. I'm not real worried about this bill.
So we'll see how the vote turns out.
Right. There we go. Yeah.
Representative Greer.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't recall, but what were the rules adopted by the committee? Do you need a majority of both houses, or is it just a majority of the committee?
Mr. Chairman, we used default rules. We didn't adopt different rules, and as such, it's a majority of the legislative members voting together, not independently.
I agree. The default rules. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
I like those default rules. Okay. So everyone clear on the rules then, and we have a motion to move the bill. Do we have a second? Got a second from Senator Dockstader. Discussion. Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I just wanted to kind of explain where my vote's going to be. It's come as no surprise to anybody on the committee that attended the last meeting that I will be voting no on this piece of legislation due to the aspect that we've been down this road. And I don't believe that this is going to move the bar in any such way that it's going to be able to be accomplished. It's weird times that we're in. The Secretary of State's office's budget has shrank even more, and they've got even less opportunity to be able to chase down their existing obligations, let alone this. And now, granted, I'm saying that also on the predication that we had legislation before they gave them the opportunity, and that has not gotten anywhere either. I just don't see this going anywhere, I guess is my point.
Thank you, Representative. For Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to support it. And I am absolutely sensitive to Chairman Lindholm's concerns, and I share them. And I'm disappointed that we haven't gone further. But my thoughts are, first of all, we need a piece of legislation that is addressing this topic so that we can keep moving it forward. And this might not be in its perfect form or final form, but it gives us a vehicle in addition to a potential supplemental budget where we can continue to work on this as we hear more from stakeholders. If we do end up passing it as it is, it enables and pays for the potential for the RFP that we've discussed, which I do see as a path forward. And it's my understanding, and I'll take them on their word, that the Secretary of State's office, once we get done with the election, is going to put that RFP together, working with us, and we'll have that path. But I do see parallel paths. I see the other effort that we're looking at of just bringing together our experts in this collaboration. Honestly, might be a better approach. But I'd like to have as many opportunities on the table as possible, because I really do feel, and I know that Chairman Lindholm feels the same thing, that that this is something that we really need to get done. This is game changing for the state of Wyoming and enabling us to bring in additional revenue, to continue our effort to really become the epicenter for financial technology, corporate innovation. And the sooner we get this moving forward, the better. If there were a stronger approach, a quicker way to get it done, I'm all ears. But I feel like we just have to keep moving forward, and any step forward is better than not having that step forward. So I hope the body will support this legislation and move it forward.
Yes, Senator Dockstader.
Mr. Chairman, with that concern from Representative Lindholm, do you think we're past the point of having that concern addressed by the Secretary's office, or your thoughts as a chairman?
My thoughts are this in a quick sum, and that is I definitely agree with Representative Lindholm's frustration, and that we started this session today with a comment that this is basically a House bill from the past minus the appropriation change. And I made comment to the fact that at one point in time we had a company willing to do this for free, and now here we are. So I share those same frustrations, but I think about the conversation we just had about tourism funding, election voting, promotion funding, and promotion of business funding. And what we heard from the Secretary's office is that they too are frustrated that they don't have the funding that they want to be able to market business promotion, for example. That's something that they've wanted to do for quite some time. And so I think about that, and we can continue to, kick the can on something like that and say, well, we wish we had the money. We wish we had the money. We wish we could promote Wyoming creation of businesses, and tie that into this conversation too. We can be frustrated with what happened in the past, no doubt. But if we want this to be a reality, we have to move the ball forward. And I think there's no better way to do that than for the legislature to partner with the Secretary's office. Could it be the Secretary's initiative? Absolutely. Could they come and ask for money and try to figure it all out on their own through the budget process? Absolutely. Could we try it on our own? We did that too. But I think we're back to the beginning where we're at a place where we're going to make it a joint initiative. I think, hearing the testimony about Mr. Murray's success at the hackathon, I can tell you, I already know of one business in Wyoming that is going to beta test that and wants to become a subscriber to the program already. So this stuff is moving forward in the private sector much faster than it has, frustratingly, should have moved forward in government. And I think we're just at a pivotal moment where we have to do everything we can to push this forward so we can get caught up with the private sector. Those are my thoughts, Senator Dockstader. Mr. Co-Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And before we get to the vote, I will say, as far as our procedure, this will be a final vote on a piece of legislation after we work it, come up with amendments. And based on the way that the legislation is drafted for this being a select committee, the final vote, the roll call vote, will only be legislative members casting votes. But as we work the bill, And as we are engaging and debating it, we want everyone's participation to get this to the best bill it can be. So even though the final vote by statute requires only legislators, we want our governor's liaisons to be engaged up until that point. And if you object, if you would vote no, please let us know that. I mean, it's important for us to know that you'd be a no vote and why. I certainly want to know, because if we're not, this is one of those committees where we basically want as much consensus as possible. We want to make sure we're doing the right thing and not trying to eke through legislation that has good reason to be slaughtered later. So raise your concerns now and make sure that we're addressing them. And if this isn't quite ready yet, also, Mr. Chairman, we can bring it back at the next meeting as well and keep working on it. I don't want halfway legislation passing the committee. And if Representative Lindholm has better ideas as well and he wants to see us wait, I'm not averse to that.
Yeah, and Co-Chairman Rothfuss, that's an excellent point. I think I've served on this committee. I've served on the task force. I've been a part of the individual bills, the 19 pieces of legislation across 2 governors that's brought, all the things that the folks on this committee have done, and we've all done it because we're a team. And so the last thing I want to do is vote on legislation and then go down to the chamber and Representative Yin isn't on my team anymore. We're a team. And so if I agree 100%, if we're gonna pull something out, make big changes, or we're not quite there yet, we want to make this what we need it to be, then let's figure that out as a team and do that. That being said, we probably should at least implement the one amendment. But I'll go to Representative Lindholm first.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If the other committee members decide to stand with me on killing this bill, my next motion will be to take the good portions of this bill, the last couple portions in regards to creating the account, renaming that, and it would put it in the Secretary of State's court in regards to allowing them to do that advertising piece. That's what they want to do. They want to run the ball in that area, and they're hungry to do so. My opinion is we allow them to do that versus this piece. Well, I think their temperature has certainly changed towards this idea. It's just a personal experience. It's going to be a really hard push when one party is not as warm to the idea as the other. And I'm not going to say that that's anybody's fault or anything like that. Poor Deputy Wheeler and Miss Janes have spent countless hours listening to me rant. Those are hours they'll never get back in their lives. But I do think that the real initiative behind this is to get more businesses to the state of Wyoming. We've got an idea that both parties want to do right now. Let's trash this one because it's not 100% sold. Let's pivot to the one everybody wants to do, and maybe the fruits of that will lead to the next venture, which could be the API. And I'm just as, I love that idea. I also want to see success. So,
well, Representative Lindholm, I've already got that bill drafted for the funding. So if Senator Rothfuss and I don't run mirror amendments on the budget successfully, that will be an individual bill. So I don't know that you have to scrap this bill to get that done. That I think that there's already I think there's a lot of people that want to see what your idea come to fruition. You don't have to scrap this bill to get that. Representative Greer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I guess since I was asked, I'm not all that warm to this bill either. And some of the comments that were made, were that it could be a private sector, someone in the private sector to step up, and that was too bad that the state wasn't out ahead of them. Well, it seems to me the private sector is a better place to build a platform for this and then promote that. I realize what we're trying to do is move Wyoming forward and get us out front. I also understand the need to have the funding available for the Secretary of State's office to take this seriously. And I did sit right behind Chairman Lindholm as he was trounced by the Appropriations Committee last time on this particular bill. back when our budget situation looked much better. So I look at making a lot of hard decisions this next year. And, you know, I'm lukewarm because there are going to be a lot of things that this money is not going to go into the general fund to be utilized for. And I'm going to make a lot of hard votes that I'm going to have to explain. That being said, I also know that if we do not keep our heads up and look to the future, Wyoming is doomed to fail. So I struggle with this. I'm sitting here back and forth, and I think we need to understand that. So,
Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Greer, you're spot on. There's a lot that can and should be done with the private sector here. One of the challenges is, though, that the state is the one that keeps the definitive authoritative copy of who is registered. And if the state's IT systems cannot be integrated with other private sector IT systems, that becomes the bottleneck. And so the idea is, if the state puts an API out, then the private sector can go build platforms on top of that. So that is where we will probably end up. The question is really when. And it is precisely because the private sector platforms cannot be authoritative. I know that there has been some innovation with the Wyoming Registered Agent Community that has built what is effectively form fill technology so that it can automatically fill out the Secretary of State's forms. That's not the same thing as building something truly programmable, though. And that's what's missing. Until the state offers an API, the private sector cannot build the programs on top of it. I'm very sympathetic, of course, though, to your budget point. And given that there is not a meeting of the minds between the legislative branch and executive branch on this, it is definitely, we've been fighting uphill. This is the one area within blockchain where the whole blockchain initiative has just lost. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask Ms. Long a question.
Yeah, please.
On that point, and I understand that, and you know, so one area where the private sector has existed for quite some time actually is dealing with title insurance, wherein companies that are successful, and there's a primary company in Wyoming, they build their own platform and then they stand behind and certify that what they have is accurate. Is that, I realize that's a more awkward model, definitely, but is that not a model that can be followed? If there's the private financial motivation behind it.
Mr. Chairman? Yes, thank you, Chairman Greer. That can be done. And in the title insurance industry, I understand, they literally built an entire parallel system precisely because the state systems had no integration. And the challenge is, though, that parallel system, while they guarantee that it's accurate, it's still not the authoritative copy of who actually has the title. The state is the one that has the authoritative copy of who actually has the title. So that's the challenge. And I think it is important to underscore why it's important that the private sector be able to integrate with the authoritative copy of who is the registrant. It all comes down to this concept of programmability. Right now, all that's available is just a form fill capability, right? That's web, some would say web 1.0 capability, not even 2.0. What we're talking about is web 3.0, where you start to put smart contracts, which is business logic built into a software program that grabs the information from the authoritative copy, which is the state, and then automates business functions using that authoritative copy of information. If you can't get to the authoritative copy, then the applications won't be built. So it becomes a bottleneck to the private sector innovation. Now, Professor Reyes made reference to what happened in Delaware, where the private sector saw that what was happening by upgrading the Delaware Secretary of State system, it was going to take away some of the paper pushing functions at the registered agents, and they of course did not like that. So they ran into the classic innovator's dilemma, where there's a big private sector industry that was able to use politics to kill innovation. So far, that's not happening here. That's not Wyoming's issue. We are facing a different issue, but it's precisely because the private sector is perfectly happy with their monopoly, and there are a small number of registered agents in Delaware that control that community, and luckily in Wyoming we don't have that.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Dockstader did have his hand up earlier. I just don't want to skip over him. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So here we are with two long-standing members of this committee with great reservations, Representative Lindholm, Representative Greer. And I respect that because they've been a part of it for a long time. So I kind of sensed and heard that Representative Lindholm would say there are some ways to fix this if we don't force it through right now. And I know we've been working on these things for a long time, but what about giving him that opportunity, Representative Greer working with him? We have two missing in action MIAs this morning. What's your thoughts? And would those two representatives be willing to find some compromise if we backpedal just a little bit?
Okay, Representative Lindholm, Representative Greer. Lindholm, you obviously, I already know what Representative Lindholm's going to say because he spent a year trying to find those compromises with the Secretary's office. But Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As long as the chairman and the committee members understand that my working on compromises will look nothing like the bill does right now, and it will be targeted towards advertising business filings and business entities in the state of Wyoming. It will have nothing to do with an API. It will have nothing to do with blockchain. It will be towards digital advertisement, allowing the Secretary of State's office to expand on our existing filings. And then through that, I think that's where we get to the point where we see success in being able to advertise like they did under their current election advertising. Once we see success in that, then we can start looking at other successes. Building a bridge, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I have a follow-up on that, Representative Lindholm. I guess, help me understand why they're mutually exclusive. I don't understand why we can't. Is it because you're looking at one pool of money? I don't know why these are mutually exclusive.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason why it's mutually exclusive is because the original idea doesn't work. We've been down that road. We've tried. It's not going to work. And that's nothing against anybody. It's just acknowledging what's currently happening in the state of Wyoming, what's happening elsewhere, what we're currently looking at. This is not going to be a high priority because it cannot be a high priority. It's not something, it will take a large investment of time out of an office that's already being trimmed down. I just don't see a path forward. As being the guy that originally ran the ball on this and worked his tail off for it, that was during much better times. And whereas they can move forward on something that they want to do, that they're hungry to do, that can have a return on investment immediately for the state of Wyoming, I think that's where we're best spend our time rather than just hoping for a different outcome in worse times than we had before.
So Representative Lindholm, we let people like Mr. Murray, a Cheyenne native, build his program, allow businesses to beta test it, allow businesses to become subscribers because the private sector is hungry for this. And then there's no government system to interface with. So all of that is for naught.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. I mean, private industry builds solutions all the time where there's not a market available. And just because private industry is building something does not mandate that the state necessarily has to step in and play ball. If there's an initiative for it where it's really going to turn around an ROI, then the private industry will prove that. to the public sector. And at that time, Mr. Chairman, I think it is on us to step up, because we do not have the willpower to get it done right now. If we had the willpower to get it done right now, I would be your biggest cheerleader. I'd be running the ball right with you. We don't have that. And so that being the case, Mr. Murray's going to have to do what the private sector does in thousands of different arenas, which is prove their model.
Co-chairman in office.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Two things. Well, a few things, I guess. First of all, Mr. Murray is available, and I realize that we're already working the bill, but it might be worth bringing him in. He's been watching for the last couple of minutes and is in the waiting room, so it might be worth just setting the bill down for a second if everyone's comfortable with that little breach of protocol, and giving him an opportunity to chime in. The second point I wanted to make is I do think that majority floor leaders' concept of waiting until we get our other couple of legislators here and have the full team on board is the right one. So I would actually encourage that we just kind of lay the bill back anyway and release the motion so that we can go along with what I think is his good advice. And then the third point I want to make, though, gets back to the mutual exclusivity. I understand that Representative Lindholm is not happy with the progress that has been made and the willingness to engage in this project. But I don't think we can quite get what we want to get without this project. And so I don't think it's a matter of we advertise first and then a few years from now we do this project. I really do feel that this is a first mover advantage project where you've got a winner and then you've got 49 other losers when it comes to the states engaging. Where if we have the first system, which has a corporate identity that allows smart contracts in place, allows digital electronic filings, allows all of the UCC discussion that we heard with Professor Reyes, the plain language smart contracts, we basically pull all this together. Then we bring in an additional $50 million, if not more, of revenue each year, getting to Representative Greer's point that at the end of the day, this is a lot about revenue, and we have to look to the future. If we're second or third place and we're just buying someone else's software, I don't know why we end up making an additional $50 million. So I don't think we can wait for the pace that Representative Lindholm is suggesting. And I know he doesn't want that pace either. He wants it yesterday. He doesn't want it 2 years from now. And one possible idea as we look forward is we amend this bill to put in the advertising, where if you want advertising dollars, you accept perhaps a more restrictive piece of legislation that says, oh, you will implement this system because you're going to get revenue for advertising from this system, from the differential. As we start to increase revenue, you can use some of it for advertising. So your path to advertising is through this open API, not instead of this open API. And I think that's something we can do. So we accomplish what I do consider to be the Secretary of State's interests, what Representative Lindholm has laid out. I think it gets to his interests. I think it gets to everybody's interests. And maybe that's what we do for next time. I'd be interested in hearing others' thoughts. I see Representative Greer has some.
Representative Greer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good discussion, quite frankly, even from Senator Rothfuss. Yeah. And so I look over the years, and the state always has a technology lag, and I think of the deficit that currently exists in the Department of Revenue. Their inability to be flexible and the huge costs to upgrade. And maybe we have been short-sighted in not having sort of a reserve account. And I think it's absolutely appropriate for the legislature to prioritize how that reserve account should be to make sure that the advancements that the Secretary of State's office has made in the last few years, but that it keeps moving and it keeps moving in the right direction, and we reinvest in innovation. And if part of that is to be able to advertise or promote the state of Wyoming. I'm warming to this concept and taking it from a little bit different approaches. And maybe Joel had said that earlier as sort of a reinvestment. He was saying it in terms of promotion, but again, reinvestment in technology in the future. And so, no, good discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Reveal.
Thank you, Chairman Olson. I appreciate very much Representative Lindholm's reservations, and I want to speak to that a little bit from my experience, both registering companies and funds, as well as knowing others who are doing the same and would like to register in the state of Wyoming. But it's essentially a decision that's driven by attorneys, and attorneys are driven by their muscle memory, which is we register in Delaware. And we register in Delaware because there's a depth of precedent and a legal system there that is designed to handle these cases and give those attorneys certainty to the extent that there's some dispute in the future. And so my fear is that advertising alone, we're not going to out Delaware with current technology. I think the greatest chance that Wyoming has is to leapfrog the technology and create a new and different reason why you would register in Wyoming that is not based on the same kind of us versus Delaware analysis that currently exists.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. With that, I think I'd suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we proceed by withdrawing the motion and tabling, and then also, based on this testimony, maybe we would take a minute to hear from David Murray, who's joined us, and ask him any questions, kind of about what he would need to implement his API and the other work. What does it take for the Secretary of State's office to enable his technology, if that works? I see Joel has a
yeah, point. I like that idea. Mr. Reveal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That sounds like a great idea, Chairman Rothfuss. I just had a quick question before we proceed, which is, could we request, is there an update on the Chancery Court? And I think that this whole sort of ability to provide the Chancery Court and begin to create legal precedent is going to be so important in the LLC and corporate registration opportunity for Wyoming. Thank you.
Yes, sir. We have later this well, it was supposed to be this morning, but maybe this afternoon we'll dive into the Chancery Court. Absolutely. And with that, we do have.
Mr. Chairman, I think I may have been the movant. If I was, I withdraw my motion. If it's okay with the second. I know the second was Majority Leader Dockstader.
Majority Floor Leader Dockstader, are you okay with that idea?
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll get the other senators in. The unfortunate part is they won't be privy to this conversation, which has been phenomenal, and they're not going to be privy to Mr. Murray's comments, but hopefully we can get them up to speed. I don't know, maybe we can have a couple of different, we can talk about what we can do, but we can have LSO draft a counter bill between now and December that says what you said, Senator Rothfuss. Here's what you're going to do. Here's the API, and here's when you're going to do it. And by the way, here's your funding to advertise for businesses, which all of that is good for Wyoming. And so we can talk about how we can have that ready to ship when December comes. Mr. Murray, you welcome to the committee. Your name has been mentioned 12 times. So as such, you show up, and please let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity, and sorry a little late. It's kind of early here, but I'm glad I caught you.
sorry, Mr. Murray, just specifically, and you can obviously talk about anything you want, but one of the things that we're curious about is what has to be done on government side in order for your project or a project similar to yours to reach its pinnacle?
Yeah, good question. You know, that's something we've been discussing for quite a while now, trying to get moving the ball forward. But we, you know, we see it not as heavy of a lift as the Secretary of State, as can be seen from our hackathon project, which was pretty basic. You know, was not much to it, but functional, certainly a functional interface. And we used their own data dump, which is about twice a month. Looks like it comes out about every 2 weeks. And so we just use their own data and clean it up and allow for an API, which is really basic stuff. But kind of on a simple level, what we would request is that we could put this all on chain pretty easily, with them just validating their own data as opposed to us taking it from their site. There's that intermediary step where they would upload it essentially, or just validate it on chain. And with this simple step, then they would say, yes, this is our data, and we're not, you know, our source code proves it anyway, but comes from there. But it can make that other step less corruptible, perhaps. And yeah, as well, the proposed 21 LSO 27, it has a lot of the same verbiage as the initial, which is, you know, they may, you know, and not a lot of, again, you know, this is when it's going to happen and how it's going to happen kind of thing, which again didn't work in the past. So not sure if it'll work in the future, but yeah, I certainly concur with Joel's comments there that we do need to leapfrog Delaware in this, and that's, I think, you know, emanating the rings of innovation there from Wyoming is going to be the only way that the word really gets out, and that's, you know, in this space it is all word of mouth, and so it's less of, you know, advertising, I'd say, and just doing and make sure it gets done. And you know, that's kind of where we're at, is if with the simple ask of getting them to validate their own data, we could do all this pretty much, you know, in the short time.
Mr. Murray, how do they validate their own data, and what does that look like? What would they have to do in order to accomplish that?
It could happen a number of ways, you know, but you know, it's public-private keys, and so somebody at their office would as the new update comes, that they would then, it could happen a number of ways, but yeah, it would them validating with the public-private keys is where it would come from.
You're probably unsure, but they couldn't do that with their existing, system. Do they need a full-blown API to do that?
Well, the API is just more, you know, more interactivity. It would be, you know, allowing other people to manipulate the data as they were, you know, would like, as we did with our hackathon project. So the ability for them to put it on chain and have the entire immutable record, kind of two different things, you know. And so we already accomplished the API. We've left it open thus far, but all of the data is searchable. It's again using their own material. So the API we've already completed in such a way, but putting it all on chain and making sure it's not corrupted, and this is the official source. This is kind of where we're at. And again, our source code does provide that, but it would be a lot better if it was a direct upload from them, and then they say, yes, this is correct.
So you're suggesting that an alternative would be literally they don't have to go, they wouldn't have to go through the, however, I don't even know how long it would take, process of uploading all of their own data. They just need to verify the data that could be uploaded by the private sector that is accurate. But I mean, you would be obtaining the data from their own website, right?
Which is what we're doing.
Pre-validated.
Right, and so we are already pulling it from their own interface, so which is extremely limited and very non-user friendly and kind of quite an older generation of usability. So yeah, that's what we're already doing. It would just happen faster, and it would have a more certainty degree that our source code hasn't been corrupted, and we are getting it from straight from the horse's mouth.
Which really would just, I mean, again, because it's pre-validated, really what you're looking for is some type of certification, basically some type of statement that goes along with it, right, that says this data came from the Secretary of State's website and the Secretary of State, validates or something.
Sure. We could even use previously enacted legislation using it's the public-private keys from the first legislative session. That's a valid, legally binding contract. And so when we link their public key to this signature, that it is definitely coming from the Secretary of State. So, sorry, I got getting kids off to school here. So yeah, that would be them, engaging in this ecosystem as we've continually tried to get them to do. So them with their own public-private keys and their own account, basically, they would be signing those transactions, which is a very minimal thing for them to do, and it would work. And we keep coming up against the same thing, that they're unwilling or unable, and I'm not sure what the real problem is. It's not in their wheelhouse though, and so it's kind of round peg square hole thing where, I think the best solution would come from the private sector.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David, first of all, we had a little conversation before you got here, and I don't know if you were listening already on YouTube or not, but the idea of us trying to put together a group to formulate what this all should look like, a group of experts such as yourself and Henning and Professor Reyes and others that are interested in seeing a full product, a fully blown out product that does everything it needs to do: digital identity, corporate identity, the whole 9 yards. What are your thoughts on that effort of trying to kind of work on an architecture that is an appropriate architecture as that type of a project? And I'll have a follow-up question, Mr. Chairman.
I think that's a great idea. That's a big lift, and certainly that would be the full, the best case scenario where it is integrated in with digital identity. That is the product that we really need to leapfrog and really to set Wyoming apart from all the other jurisdictions. That's a great suggestion. How feasible it is, I'm not sure. I'd certainly be open to coming forward and working on this. Absolutely, as we've done in the last couple of years from the hackathons, and
right.
It's we've certainly got the will there. I think there's plenty of interested parties to come to the table, and so we can really create the solution that is needed, and that have, like you said, with all of the other components is certainly necessary.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, follow up.
Go ahead.
So, and the problem I see there is, while you were able to take a data dump, and if we had a public key signature on that data dump, you could authenticate that you were using appropriate data. But we couldn't implement a full solution without really having complete engagement with the Secretary of State's office and developing that complete solution, as I understand it. Is that a fair statement that we would need full involvement to achieve that? We can't just create it over here and latch it on to the existing system?
Yeah, that's correct. Because that's, I mean, there is already kind of a system with the certified registered agents, and so they with kind of a hybrid, it could work, certainly. Whether it's the best solution, possibly not. Full integration and the ability to have a good conversation would be ideal. But as well, the previous legislation with a lot of mays, may engage in this and may discuss this with members in the community and businesses and lawyers, and that conversation doesn't seem to have happened. And we've tried to do that, and it seems to keep falling on deaf ears. And so we're kind of frustrated. And that's what prompted me to do this project, was kind of to prove that it at least the API portion of it and kind of the bones of it are really not that complicated. For guys like my friend Jose, he's the kind of the wizard behind the scenes as well. He didn't take him long. It's not a big lift. So to make it better and faster, we're already planning on doing that and actually implementing a possibly a paywall kind of an interface of sorts. But ideally, we have to be able to create entities on chain. So the ability for certified registered agents to come on and have all of this integrated, and then leaves the door open to UCC filings and all of the other things as well. Like you mentioned, digital identity. Then you've got a real solution. Then you've got a complete portal that many things can happen. And then this opens up to elections and voting and many other things. Once you've got that base level infrastructure, which is still lacking across the entire space, really. Switzerland and a couple other jurisdictions were a bit ahead, but it didn't really get traction. And it wasn't a complete solution. It was kind of, you could pay your taxes or you could pay some bills, and it didn't really serve the purpose. Sure, it was kind of a cute thing to do, but it wasn't the full package. And that's still what's on the table for some jurisdiction around the world, is to really complete the infrastructure. We're still in bridge building and connectivity right now. It's not there, still in its infancy. And so it's, again, timing is excellent, and Wyoming is certainly posed with its agility to be that. And I'm certainly one of the original native cheerleaders.
Great, thank you, Mr. Murray.
Thank you.
Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to show appreciation for Mr. Murray. He's been with us from the get-go. He's one of the original, he's the OG of actually seeing what these crazy cats in Wyoming were up to and supporting us and being part of the solution. And boy, I sure appreciate him and all of his efforts, and I hope to see success. And Mr. Murray, let me ask you this: if it was in Wyoming law that there was funding available from the Secretary of State's office to improve Wyoming business registrations and filings, just full stop, period, right there.
Mm-hmm.
Would you at that point develop your application and present that to the Secretary of State, or would you need a specific line item from the Secretary of State or from the state to say, hey, we want to do specifically this?
Yeah, I think if I understand your question right, yeah, it kind of falls back to we have to have connectivity indirectly with the Secretary of State, unless legislation moves a portion of their duties out, to outsource it or to, I think there's a lot of possibilities, but that's, again, kind of breaking the mold entirely, which seems to need to be done. But yeah, if we were to get them to even just to validate transactions as a start. That's a pretty easy one. We could put this all on chain, but yeah, the ability to, so that's the read function, but now we need the write function. So we have to be able to write to the ledger as well. So yeah, legislation does need to be created to enable this component, certainly.
Representative.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to point out that there is nothing there's nothing statute saying the Secretary of State's office can't do that right now. They've got full capability under Wyoming law to be able to work with whoever they want in this regard. So I guess what I'm trying to get at to more, Mr. Murray, is, I mean, essentially they have that capability right now. With you bringing forward your product directly to the Secretary of State's office, if they have the ability to fund you based on the relevance and the capabilities of your product, do you think, I guess it's hard to predict the future, but I'm in love with the idea. I personally think it's great. And if we could see it and physically participate in that, I think it sells itself. And having that function and availability there readily available through the Secretary of State's office to award based on what they're actually seeing. Do you see success for this application in that regard if you had to go that route versus changing first to meet what our desired outcomes are versus providing the availability?
Yeah, that's a good question there. If, like you said, yeah, the crystal balls can be a little bit fuzzy when we're interacting with those entities, but absolutely. I mean, but again, previous legislation would dictate that wasn't successful, for them engaging into the private sector, and we've reached, I know a number of others that have reached out as well, and it seems yes and interesting to them, but no action. And so, it certainly have to be some stringent stipulations on there to make it happen and make sure that the wheels do start turning. And the rubber really hitting the road. And so, yeah, I would be all in favor of kind of anything, honestly, just that we had some action, we had something that we could, okay, we've got this at least base component, or something, whether, like Chairman Rothfuss's suggestion, we would ideally in the end like the full blown version that has all the bells and whistles. It perhaps is a big bite to take off at first. I'd absolutely love to see that happen, but again, if that is feasible right out the gate, is the question. But yeah, I think if they were required to, say, outsource or let go certain components of it within a stipulated time period, or start beta testing, we're actually considering partnering with a couple of people and having the third party checking and kind of get the QC component of it in order. And they can, again, what we've published from the hackathon is all the code is available. So taking that another step and putting it on chain, and that's kind of our thought process right now is going down that route. It's absolutely, if we had some external funding, just makes it go faster. But again, I think we do need the next shortest step is that at the minimum, certified registered agents would be enabled to on chain create new entities, and it would be recognized as a valid transaction by the Secretary of State. So, just their data dump would be one, validation. But if we were able to get in the process of them then validating the new ones, this is kind of the hurdle right now, it seems.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Murray, when you talk about certifying the data on chain, which chain would you propose that the Secretary of State use to certify the data?
Yeah, good question. We're, with ETH gas prices, there's some side chains possible. The Bitcoin network is probably not suited for it the best. Cardano, I'm a big Cardano fan, but yeah, that would be, we're open to any solution. I mean, if it had to be the Bitcoin network, great. If it if it had to be any others, whether it's the best, probably not. But yeah, we're totally open and agnostic, really, to what it could be.
Ms. Long, follow up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, very quick follow-up. Mr. Murray, if we were to amend this bill and to require the Secretary of State to upload the information once a week and certify that it's valid so that there is actually a certificate, this gets to Representative Greer's question to me about the title insurance industry. They built a parallel system, but their system is not authoritative. The piece that's missing is you need to actually have the government certify that the data is accurate if it gets shipped out into a public blockchain. So here's my thought. That we amend the bill to require that the Secretary of State once a week upload the data to a public blockchain of their choosing. Would that be sufficient to you, Mr. Murray?
$6, please. Sorry, kids are on the lam. But yeah, absolutely, that's an excellent suggestion, and requiring them to do that is essential. I think it must be. Really hold their feet to the fire. Having a requirement, and it could, to the blockchain of their choosing, absolutely. Whatever gets the ball rolling, and I think that's an excellent suggestion.
Co-Chairman Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we need to probably table this and move on. We're about an hour behind, and I know we have public testimony from a number of people on private cryptographic keys that have worked their schedule around our timing, which we've delayed. So I think we've got a lot of really good guidance here and a lot of things to discuss ahead of the next meeting. And maybe we'll give some thought to that over the course of the rest of the day on how we want to work this between now and the next meeting. But
I think, because it sounds like there are at least 3 possible competing ideas out there on how to skin this cat. So I agree with you. We don't have to get those motions out right now. Maybe what we'll do is sit on them. Ms. Long, you've got one. Senator Rothfuss, you've got one. And I'm not going to say Representative Lindholm has one, but let's circle back towards the end of the day and let's get some motions on some amendments or competing bills, whatever it is, so we can have them ready for December. I like that. And just a question for Mr. Murray before we let him go. My question is, are you wearing shoes?
It's an excellent question, but odds are here in Hawaii that I do not wear shoes on a regular basis. Even as a Wyoming cowboy with my little herd of Angus, still work them barefoot.
So there you have it. We still have witnesses testifying barefoot, Representative Lindholm. All right. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for everything. And this topic is far from done. So we'll be circling back.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay. And then I know that if there is other public comment, what I'm going to do is just hold that because I think, we are where we are with it. We're tabling the discussion. And so if you're out there and you do have more to contribute to this, don't worry, we're going to circle back at some point in time, but we do need to move forward. So with that, let's jump over to disclosure of private cryptographic keys. I know Miss Buchanan has another arrangement, so I want to bring her in first if she's still available.
Mr. Chairman, I think we may have lost her, I'm afraid.
Unless we've already lost her.
I think we did.
Mr. Chairman, I've reached out to her to see if she'd still like to. Oh, I think she just popped up here.
Excellent.
So, yeah.
Yeah, if she's available, let's grab her and let her go first. Looks like you're loaded, Ms. Buchanan. Welcome. I'm sorry that we're delayed. It inevitably always happens on this committee, not because of the chairman, but because the topics are so engaging that this is just the inevitability of the committee. So Ms. Buchanan, welcome, and please proceed with any comments that you have on disclosure of private cryptographic keys.
Sure, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Rothfuss and members of the Select Committee on Blockchain, Financial Technology, and Digital Innovation Technology. My name is Mary Beth Buchanan, and I offer testimony this morning in support of Wyoming's proposed legislation to prohibit the compelled production of private cryptographic keys. This bill would strengthen protections against disclosure of a digital asset's private keys in a range of proceedings, while balancing those protections with the need for discovery related to digital assets in certain legal actions. By way of background, I'm the Chief Legal Officer and Company Secretary at the Bitstamp Group. Founded in 2011, Bitstamp is a leading digital asset exchange platform. As an early entrant to the digital asset space, Bitstamp has had a unique vantage point to watch the growth of digital assets. This includes adoption by consumers, increasingly sophisticated security challenges, and a changing regulatory landscape. With the formation of Bitstamp USA in 2018, Bitstamp has continued its expansion as a market-leading regulated exchange, dedicated to the transparent and secure exchange of digital assets for our customers, and we are committed to the safety of customer funds. Prior to joining Bitstamp, I was the general counsel at Kraken, another digital asset exchange. I've also been a partner with an international law firm where I chaired the firm's digital asset team and represented digital asset exchanges, coin developers, and other participants in the digital asset ecosystem. Finally, before entering the private sector, I spent more than 20 years as a federal prosecutor, most recently serving for 8 years as the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania. Digital assets have enormous potential to revolutionize our financial systems. They can be traded across borders, and they can reduce or eliminate the need for third parties through transparent wallets and programmable smart contracts. In fact, nearly 24-hour settlement is the norm for on-chain transactions. Fundamental, however, to any development in this space is the ability to safely store and maintain the security of these assets. Digital assets rely upon private keys for secure storage. Custodians and custodial products across the digital asset space continue to innovate to protect these private keys. These protections include generating private keys offline in so-called cold storage, dividing or sharding the key into different segments to control how the key can be used, and also utilization of hardware security modules that would require physical interaction with the device in order to access a private key. Thoughtful and layered methods to securely store a private key are paramount because anyone with access to a private key has control over those assets, including the ability to irreversibly move them. Similarly, a lost private key takes with it the ability to access the associated digital assets. Because of this, there is a common phrase in the digital asset world, and that is, not your key, not your coin. Essentially, turning over a private key is akin to turning over a password, with the potential for irrevocably losing the ability to identify and access those funds. Given the dangers of a lost or publicly exposed private key, placing limits on legal process to compel disclosure of the private key, except where necessary and appropriate, is sound policy. Therefore, given the severe and irreversible risks, I would urge consideration of further protections in the event that digital assets must be turned over. In the event that a private key is ever shared, any party taking possession of that information must consider how to safely preserve and protect it from bad actors. Such controls could include third-party custodians, bonding requirements, hardware security modules, or any number of combination of tested custodial innovations in the digital asset space. The use of a custodial service would also assure that there is a limitation on the amount of assets held, as opposed to the entire contents of an individual's wallet being held. As you may know, assets held in a digital wallet may be enhanced over time by third-party events, including the forking of digital assets and airdrops of new digital assets by token developers. To allow any forced disclosure of private keys without protections to prevent loss or theft creates an unacceptable risk of loss for the disclosing party. Thank you, and I'm happy to entertain any of your questions.
Ms. Long.
Mr. Chairman, if I may follow up with Ms. Buchanan, thank you for your testimony. You alluded to the liability issue. Do you mind sharing what that is with sovereign immunity, that if a judge were to require the turning over of a private key that may secure many more assets than those that are at subject of a court case, that in the event that that private key were leaked, the government could not be sued for those damages?
Thank you for asking that question because it's an excellent one. Under most state and federal laws, government actors are immune from liability for general negligence. So unless the government actor engaged in a gross negligence or something worse, there may be no liability whatsoever if a private key were turned over into the possession of a government agency or a court and it was lost, and there may be no repercussions for the return of those assets.
Follow up, Ms. Longer. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Buchanan, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time and taking the time to weigh in on this. The experience that you have with as a federal prosecutor and as a United States attorney in Pennsylvania, I think is really important in terms of us understanding your perspective on why you would be comfortable with excluding the idea of compelling private cryptographic keys, because I think that's the source probably of most of the discomfort that we might have or other legislators might have, is the idea that you're trying to take something off the table in terms of courts compelling that type of disclosure. So can you help us to understand why you, as somebody with those 28 years of experience, are comfortable saying, well, let's keep private cryptographic keys off the table?
Yeah, thank you for that question. When the government is engaged in civil or criminal litigation, the government wants to attach an appropriate amount of assets that may be used to restore the parties or to obtain a fine on behalf of the government. But that is generally a specific amount. And I believe that that goal can be achieved by requiring the subject of litigation or an investigation to deposit a corresponding sum either with the court or with a third-party custodian. And to require the disclosure of a public key is a draconian measure that is not necessary to secure the interests of the government.
Good. Senator Rothfuss, follow up. You're muted, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Buchanan, you understand the technology here and what is available with public key, private key. With the draft we have before us, we basically tried to say if a public key is sufficient to provide the discovery type information, then you wouldn't need to disclose a private key. All else being equal. In other words, if you had the information available, do you think that's sufficient then to meet with what you were saying, where you would have a state interest in understanding what assets someone might have and that compelling the private key should not be a necessary step in either the discovery side of things or in achieving the objectives that you're laying out?
Well, as I said in my prepared remarks, I don't believe that compelling a private key should be necessary. I do believe that the bill could include measures to require the defendant in an action to post equivalent assets with a third party custodian or with the court, but that can be done without the compelled production of the private key. As I envision, some of the issues that could happen here, if the private key were damaged in any way, if it were altered, the funds would not be able to be recovered by the rightful owner or by the government. And therefore, the utilization of some third-party custodian would address all of those concerns.
And a follow-up there, Mr. Chairman. And in that circumstance, obviously, just to clarify, the third party would never be getting that private cryptographic key either. It would be a transactional relationship between the individual and that third party, so that you would have effectively an escrow type situation, a smart contract escrow of some type, or adding them as a co-signatory on the asset cryptographically, so that they would be able to control the asset on behalf of the investigating entity, but the private cryptographic key would not need to be held by that third party. Is that fair?
That's exactly right, Senator. It's really not unlike the password that you have on your bank account. If you owed a sum of money or you were the subject of an investigation, you would expect that the government or the other party might ask you to post certain funds, but they certainly wouldn't ask you to turn over the password of your online bank account.
Thank you. And one more question, Mr. Chairman. And Ms. Buchanan, one of our members that can't join us today, has been concerned with the concept of just telling a court really what they can and can't ask for, and that the idea of us trying to put limitations on a court's ability to require or request was potentially something that would not be appropriate for the legislature. What are your thoughts on that? The idea of whether this is something that we should be engaged in as a legislature, or whether we should be leaving it up to the court and the judicial branch's discretion?
States do have an interest in protecting the rights of their citizens. And in this case, I think that it is a reasonable state interest to offer protection from the disclosure of a private cryptographic key. It doesn't take away from the court the ability to collect the funds or to hold them in some other manner, but it does offer protection from the possible irreversible harm that could be created if the key were to be damaged or lost. There are many other situations that we can look at, as Florida protects property interests. They protect states from being able to take the home. And in this case, I think that Wyoming is growing the cryptocurrency and blockchain space. And one of the ways in which they're doing that is to offer this very reasonable protection of preventing the compelled disclosure of a private cryptographic key.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Kaufman, was that a hand raise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the testimony, Ms. Buchanan. I appreciate it. I just had a couple questions for you, because I personally had done a little bit of independent research about this earlier this year, but I'm just curious, are you all aware of any legal decisions or rulings by any courts in any cases, either good on this point or bad on this point with respect to the disclosure of private keys?
I am not.
No, I was just curious. And then secondly, I was curious about the idea, someone had brought this idea up to me about, in addition to the protection of the private keys so that a court can't compel the production, have you given any thought to the idea of a court being able to mandate the provision of a private key to a third party escrow sort of for purposes of holding while there's a pending dispute? And I'm just curious, I know that's sort of off topic, but if you have any thoughts about that, or if you've come across that before.
Yeah, I mean, this does, would provide some additional measure of protection as opposed to turning over a private key directly to the court or to another government agency. However, I still believe, as I said earlier, that this is not necessary because the wallet that the private key is connected to may hold assets well in excess of whatever the particular issue or particular matter at issue, and would expose an individual's assets to a greater extent than may be the subject of the pending civil or criminal litigation.
Any other follow-up, Mr. Kaufman?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, other thoughts, questions? Representative Greer?
Just want to make sure I have my mind around this, because I struggled with this the last time it came in and to the legislature. And so I read the disclosure of the digital asset. I think it's important that you disclose what is there in certain types of litigation. Help me understand the difference. Compelling to turn over the private key, I understand that is problematic and could be very have ramifications far beyond what's intended. But a disclosure of what is a digital asset, what are your thoughts on that, Ms. Buchanan?
Yeah, this is a much more difficult issue. In the criminal context, if a subject of an investigation were to be asked to disclose whether they have digital assets, this very disclosure could potentially be a Fifth Amendment violation. However, in a civil context, if there is already a judgment and the court were engaging in an effort to identify any assets that could satisfy a judgment, then I do believe that question and a court-ordered answer to that question would be an appropriate court action to take.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, so yeah, I appreciate that, because it's where I struggle. I think I understand those concepts. So one of the more basic civil actions that you'll see in Wyoming is a divorce. And so disclosure of the nature and extent and value of those assets is absolutely appropriate. Then when we start to look at, and I don't want to speak for other legislators, but the Fifth Amendment particular issue, okay, I understand that, but what do we do then to protect against money laundering and those types of items as we build this out in Wyoming? What balance can be struck?
Well, again, I believe that requiring the owner, of the assets to disclose this information, if they were the subject of the investigation, this could be a Fifth Amendment violation. If you were requiring this information from third parties, then the Fifth Amendment, protection would not apply. So, for example, if Bitstamp held assets on behalf of, an individual, the government could serve service of process to Bitstamp or to any other exchange, and we would be required to respond to that process and provide information to the government. But if that same service of process were sent to the individual subject of the investigation, that would be a Fifth Amendment violation, against self-incrimination.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, and a good discussion. So those that know me know that I don't want to disclose anything to the government. And I think prosecutors have to work. We have a tendency to allow them to pass laws that allow them to be lazy. However, how do you reconcile that with, we want to make sure that we are not a safe harbor for bad actors? Where do we find that balance?
Well, the government could, could still bring actions against individuals, against the property, which is an in rem action. So those proceedings could occur simultaneously with a criminal investigation. So there could be a parallel in rem action to identify assets that could be the proceeds of a potential criminal violation. But that investigation, I still believe there are many issues inherent with compelling the production of a private key. I'm considering yet another scenario. What if a bad actor is compelled to produce their private key, and they produce what looks like the private key, but one character is missing? And then they allege, I turned it over to the government and you mishandled my key. Meanwhile, the bad guy ships his assets somewhere else. And so, the government is not able to have their interests addressed in that context. So this is why I think that the utilization of a third-party custodian resolves that potential issue, and it prevents the government from having access to something greater than that which there is a governmental interest in identifying and potentially maintaining the security of.
Any other follow-up there, Representative Greer? No. Oh, Senator Rothfuss?
Thanks,
On the
Mr.
same
Chairman.
chain there?
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to follow up on Representative Greer's questions. I think they're good points. It's a great discussion about Fifth Amendment, and when our LSO staff was drafting the language that we've got, there was discussion of how it interacts with Fourth and Fifth Amendment. And when you look at page 2, after the unless clause, so let's see. So that's line 3. You do not have to disclose the private key, basically, unless a public key is unavailable or unable to disclose the requisite information with respect to the digital asset, other interest, or right. And I'd ask Ms. Buchanan, the intent was to structure this so that it wouldn't run afoul of Fourth or Fifth, allowing a court under the circumstances where public key disclosure was insufficient, which I personally believe would be no case at all. That's my contention, which is why I'm really comfortable with this. I don't think we would end up with a case, but others thought that might happen. But it's my assumption that the way this is phrased and structured, it does not give carte blanche to the court to compel in violation of the Fifth. It leaves the door open for them to compel if they feel it's not a violation of the Fifth and or Fourth. And that's why we phrased it that way. So it's a complicated question, but do you think it accomplishes threading the needle as intended?
Yeah, I think that it does, Senator. And in a circumstance where there was a criminal investigation and the government has no other way of identifying the assets, the government could, review an affidavit of probable cause, and a court could, issue a finding of probable cause that would permit a search under the Fourth Amendment that would be, authorized. It could, permit the seizure potentially of a device that would hold the private key. But this would be, of course, on a consideration by the court and a finding of valid probable cause that would not be in violation of the Fourth or Fifth Amendment.
Thank you. Perfect. That's what I was hoping.
Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I think I really like the testimony today. My one thought is, could this be used by bad actors to broaden the scope of the actual bill? So if I use the same private key to lock down my digital assets as I do to encrypt my hard drive, could I argue in a court case that I don't have to turn over my private key to decrypt my hard drive because it's the same private key that I use to handle my digital assets? And if so, should we just broaden the bill to cover all of that, or is that not the case at all? Thank you.
Yeah, I think that that would obviously pose potentially a Fifth Amendment issue. So an individual, can't be compelled to turn over their own private key or encryption for their hard drive if they believe that doing so would pose or put them in a situation where they're incriminating themselves. That is not the same thing, however, as a government representative presenting probable cause to a court, and the court, after considering this, issuing an order authorizing a seizure of that information. Which would likely include the hard drive, but without the private key or the actual encryption, may leave them with a drive that they can't actually access.
Follow up on that, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Rothfuss.
Ms. Buchanan, what is the case law on that? I mean, we see this kind of thing happening all the time with regard to a need to decrypt the hard drive, and it tends to just be a brute force attack or something along those lines. Have courts found that forced disclosure of the key represents a violation of the Fifth Amendment, or how has that been handled? I assume that's come up.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any cases that have required the forced disclosure. I mean, and if you recall the situation with Apple a few years ago, refusing to unlock basically a phone of a subject of a criminal investigation, the court would not require that to be done. And fortunately, the parties found another way to resolve the dispute.
And Mr. Chairman, follow up on that. Yeah, that's the one that I remember, and they went third party on it, which was available as I recall, but there was no, as I understand, again, no contempt of court or anything like that, because the individual was unwilling to unlock the phone, and the court found that was appropriate. Am I recalling all of that correctly?
That's correct. The court found that it would have been a Fourth Amendment violation for the individual to be required to unlock the phone, and the third party was unwilling to do so. If my recollection is correct, the FBI then worked with a third party solution to enable the device to be unlocked.
Very good. Committee, other questions for Ms. Buchanan? All right. Well, Ms. Buchanan, thank you for your testimony. Primarily, I think coming from a legal standpoint is exactly what we needed for this committee. Unfortunately, one of our lawyers who we had hoped would be available for this discussion had another commitment. And so we'll try to get her the stream, and maybe I'm assuming you'd be available for any follow-up if we have some.
Absolutely, I'm happy to help.
Excellent. Well, thanks again for your time and for being patient and waiting for us as we fell behind schedule.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well on the rest of your hearing this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch up a little bit here on the agenda because we're running behind, so we're trying trying to deal with schedules, and I want to bring in Professor Angelos Kayais. I'm not exactly sure, Angelos, how to say your last name, so you're gonna have to tell me that I totally butchered that and how to say it properly.
Hey, hello everyone. Yeah, it's Angelos Kayais, but thanks for making the effort anyway.
We can hear you, but we can't see you. Just want to make sure that's intentional.
No, please allow me for a moment. Don't know what's going on.
Now we can see you. Professor, I'm really terrible at doing this, probably because I didn't come from the old era. In the old era of legislating, everything was recorded simply by voice. So we had to make sure that you introduce yourself for the record. I'm terrible at that because we can see you and we can see your name and all these things, but would you please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, absolutely. My name is Angelos Kayais, and I'm a professor at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland, UK. I'm also chief scientist of blockchain company IOHK, and I'll be very happy to participate in that session.
Excellent, and welcome. And please let us hear your thoughts.
Right. So I had the opportunity. So I'm not sure if you had already the chance to discuss what is in the document, or is it now just starting the discussion on the topic? But I can tell you a little bit my take on this, and then I'll be happy to take questions. But let me know if there's a different way that we should handle this. Okay, thanks. I see positive. Perfect. Yeah, I see positive feedback. Okay, so my take on this is that I would agree with the general direction that I understand that this is going. The main reason, and I can tell you from a technical point of view, is that if you have a cryptographic key that corresponds to an asset, I wouldn't imagine a circumstance where you would need to produce that key, the actual key. The reason is that if it corresponds to a cryptographic asset, you could demonstrate the ownership of a key by performing some cryptographic operation or special purpose cryptographic protocol that will prove ownership of the key. So you will prove that you are in possession of the crypto asset by referring to the sort of the distributed ledger or the ledger that this crypto asset lived. And then you will execute this action that depends on the key, but doesn't require you to reveal the key. So I think for all purposes that I could imagine, someone could ask the owner of the key to perform that action, and that would be sufficient, at least for the cases I have in mind. And I would like to make a distinction. I really enjoyed the cases that were quoted in the proposal, and they were making this very interesting parallel to the password of a mobile phone. So I thought this was very informative and useful. However, I would like to make a distinction between the two. In the case of a mobile phone password, let's say, there may be information which is stored in the phone that is protected by the password, and I understand that in recent cases, in recent court cases, there were decisions that went one way or the other, possibly about whether someone has to reveal the password or not revealing the password. However, I would like to maintain that the case of a cryptographic key is different, that corresponds to a crypto asset, because all the information about the crypto asset is recorded in the ledger and can be demonstrated via the use of a cryptographic protocol. So I could not imagine a use for having the actual key revealed. And at the same time, I would imagine like other things that are really bad about revealing a cryptographic key. So it could be other information that is tied to that key and you may not want to reveal it. It's certainly going to be safer to perform the actions that are needed to prove ownership of the key and not revealing the key itself. So this is one major point. And now another point that I wanted to make is that with respect to someone who says, "Oh, I don't have my key," I mean, ultimately, it should be the decision of a legal procedure about whether someone is telling the truth about this or not. However, someone can provide a number of actions that they have done to make sure that they didn't lose the key, and they can make a case that someone can accept it or not on a case-by-case basis about whether these actions were sufficient. So I could say, for example, that I did this and that action, and based on these actions, I was certain that my key would not have been lost, but unfortunately, because of this and that event, the key was lost. And then someone can can infer whether this is actually sensible or not. But I would deem that this is a case-by-case, should be decided on a case-by-case. So that's what I had as an initial statement. I hope that this covers some of the questions that are relevant here. And if there is anything else that you would like me to comment on, I would be very happy to.
Co-Chairman Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Professor, for being here and joining us. I don't know what time it is there, but I bet it's getting a little bit late.
Yeah,
thank you. The last point you made, I think, is an interesting one, which is kind of the lost key concept, where I think what you'd expect if you had, if there were criminal charges against you, for instance, and someone was asking for your private key, and you said, "Yeah, I lost my private key." I've been trying to think through how would any court ever prove or disprove that in any useful way that you wouldn't gain from public key disclosures. I mean, it seems like you would never have any more information by asking for the private key and having someone say, "Yeah, I lost that," than you would get from public key transactions. Do you agree with that, or can you see alternatives?
I agree with that. So basically, as I said, if I have the key, I can do certain actions to convince you absolutely that I have it. And it's in these actions would be indistinguishable for all legal purposes, in my opinion, compared to actually presenting you the key, in its actual form, like the bits of the key, let's say. So I don't see a difference between the two, and thus I wouldn't say that demanding to the key, the actual bits of the key will make us any better, let's say, in some sense.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for the professor? No. Okay. Well, you stunned us all, Professor.
Okay.
Well, we do appreciate your time, appreciate your comments, and this is an ongoing topic for us. So don't hesitate to chime back in at any point later.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to now log off. If that's okay. If there are more questions, I would be happy to take them. You can forward them to me. And as a final point, I would like to thank you very much for having this discussion. I found all the documents I received very interesting, and I think it's great that you take the time to go deep into this. I think it's a very important topic, and I'm very happy, let's say, that I was able to participate and say a few things from my perspective on this. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, a final comment for Professor Caius.
Please.
And I'm probably not saying that quite right either. My apologies. Again, we'll be working this piece of legislation. I suspect we'll revisit it probably a month from now. And then when we get to legislative session, we'll be looking at it as well. So, please, as you come up with other ideas, maybe you're pondering it, you come up with a use case, or maybe you look at our language and you see ways where we could tighten it or compensate for specific use cases. please continue to remain engaged with us, because we really value your expertise and experience as we're trying to put together laws that will simultaneously work for you and your industry, while at the same time, appropriately reflecting the needs of the state and of the judicial system. So thanks for engaging to this point, and please continue to remain engaged with us.
Thank you very much. I will do that.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Oh, Ms. Long, you were waving, but I thought you were trying to grab my attention for a second. Okay, so we'll now circle back to Mr. Allen.
Thank you.
Go ahead and reintroduce yourself for the record, and then take it away.
Mr. Chairman Olson, Chairman, Co-Chairman Rothfuss, and Select Committee, thank you very much for inviting me again here. My name is Christopher Allen, and I'm Executive Director of Blockchain Commons, which is a Wyoming for-benefit LLC that supports advancing blockchain infrastructure and internet security. I'm not a lawyer nor a legal scholar, but instead I am speaking from a technology point of view. I'm best known as the author of the SSL TLS standard, sometimes known as the S in HTTPS. It's the world's most successful and broadest deployed security protocol, securing trillions of dollars of internet commerce. I'm also the inventor of the more recent blockchain-centric decentralized identifier standard to also secure digital identity. Thus, I am an expert on cryptography, internet security, and blockchain. My key point: calling a private key a key is not precisely accurate. It's a great metaphor, but it's not a perfect metaphor. And if we try to think of them as being physical keys and behaving like physical keys, they really aren't. It's purely a metaphor. In fact, private keys are secrets. They're just a very special large one that cannot be memorized. It is a successor to the password, which can be memorized by a human. There's a long history of law in protecting privileged secrets, including passwords under Fifth Amendment, as well as for many other reasons and purposes and constitutional principles. However, as modern computers can break the current memory-based human passwords, security developers such as myself have been creating new ways to secure the connection between the real world and the emerging virtual world, using these very special secrets, these very special passwords that we call private keys. As our digital lives increasingly move online, as cryptographic technologies like blockchain are becoming used more and more to secure these online lives, it becomes critical that we need to treat these secrets with special care. My position as an expert on crypto security is there is no safe way to share a private key or to give it to escrow. Assets can be safely transferred into escrow or to a custodian, but private keys cannot be safely disclosed in order to force this. We can talk later about public keys, either in Q&A or afterward. So I'm not talking about public keys. I'm talking about the secrets that are the private keys. Another matter here is that these new technologies will ultimately mean that every individual will have at least one good secret, sometimes called a master private key, to secure not only their financial lives and digital assets, but also their digital identity and their connection to the virtual world. Although the emphasis in the language of this bill is about digital assets, these same private keys are used to protect digital identity. Taking possessions of someone's private keys risks the possessor being able to enter into fraudulent digital contracts, falsify evidence, and more. As stated by the former federal prosecutor and Attorney General Mary Beth Buchanan, don't give courts private keys. She can tell you all kinds of stories about SIM cards and regular passwords, much less these things that are very hard to protect. Dedicated security professionals spend hundreds of thousands of dollars to protect custodial keys. as a later speaker will be talking about. It is very expensive to be able to do that properly for others. And this is something that courts can't afford to do and are not prepared to do. In addition, the world is moving forward toward our digital lives being entwined with other people's digital lives. I can use my private key to help you protect your keys, help you recover your funds, protect you against identity theft. My keys currently protect my spouse, my business partner, and several friends. Risk to my keys potentially risk all of those that I work with. Instead of compelling the disclosure of private keys, courts should only be able to compel the use of private keys to do specific operations. All the measures used to ensure digital judgments today can also be done online through compelled use of private keys. If people fail to use their keys as instructed, there are existing sufficient measures to penalize nonconformance. My only request in regards to this bill is that if we are able to make progress on a definition for digital identity, which is a discussion later today, that we explicitly add keys that are used digital identity to this bill, as functionally they are no different than cryptographic keys used for digital assets and are, clearly at risk as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Allen. Again, we really certainly appreciate all the efforts that you've put into working on this issue with us for the past few years. And getting at the compulsion for use, I think that's an essential part that we've talked about before. And as you look at the bill draft that we're going to be potentially working a little bit today, but we'll end up moving it to the next meeting very likely. We've got language on page 2, starting on line 5 and beyond, which says this paragraph shall not be interpreted to prohibit any lawful proceeding that compels a person to produce or disclose a digital asset, other interest or right to which a private key provides access, or to disclose information about the digital asset, other interest or right. Do you think that's sufficient? Should we have a use clause, compel the use of a private cryptographic key, anything along those lines that is otherwise consistent with court actions or something along those lines, or do you think it's sufficient as drafted?
Again, I'm not a lawyer or a legal scholar, so I read this, and at least my first pass as an amateur in this area, it seems like it covers my use case. I'd really need to understand that there might be some minor wording or whatever that could be interpreted under law differently. But again, my case is just like in a divorce proceeding. If someone discovers that I'm hiding assets, that I have not disclosed, I can be basically penalized in court and be forced to put those assets, under court control. So all these kinds of things already happen in courts. All of these types, there are measures for this. But to a certain extent, to actually take someone's keys is akin to taking away all of their human rights in the digital world. And it's like putting them in jail. So I don't know. That's where I draw the line. And, maybe there is in some other bill, some place where we say under very extreme situations, we can do that. But it should, probably be akin to, putting someone, into jail in the level of court required to be able to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Committee, further discussion? All right, Mr. Allen, thank you for your time and as always, your comments.
Thank you very much. And I really appreciate this community taking on this issue. I think this is the right place to put this in. I think if we succeed in having this bill done, it will be considered one of the pivotal root laws that will be commented for decades on as a root of us moving to a safe digital world. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to Avanti CTO, Mr. Brian Bishop. Welcome. This is, I think, is this your first time testifying before the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it is.
All right, well then please introduce yourself for the record, and then you can take it from there.
Of course. My name is Brian Bishop. I am Chief Technology Officer at Avanti Bank and Trust. My prior experience is in software engineering, and also I have expertise with Bitcoin and digital assets. So I'm going to be providing more technical perspective similar to Mr. Allen. The focus of my comments will be on the background of cryptographic private keys, the values associated with cryptographic keys, and then some of the details around commercial realities of cryptographic keys. As I mentioned, my background is in digital assets. However, I will make a few comments on some areas outside of digital assets where private keys do matter. So first, what is a private key? The analogy that a private key is not a physical key, I agree with that. It is a secret. In the context of cryptography, it is a mathematical object. Perhaps a more useful analogy might be, I would submit, radioactive waste. Private keys are dangerous. They can be mishandled and misused quite easily. So that's one perspective. With a private key in a cryptographic system, there are only a few things that you can really do with it. You can create a private key, make a new one. You can derive a public key and distribute a public key. You can encrypt messages. You can decrypt messages. You can sign a message with the private key, and you can verify a signature over a message. So given a signature and a public key and a message, you can verify that a certain key did in fact sign a certain message. These private keys are often secured in a number of ways, a few that have been mentioned today, including hardware wallets, which are usually consumer-grade devices for storing secrets and cryptographic secrets. There are also hardware security modules, which are, I would submit, more sophisticated forms of hardware wallets. Hardware security modules have been in production and used for decades. The way to think about them is that they are a black box of security, and their sole purpose is to safely store a secret key and ideally never export it. However, some hardware security modules are manufactured with that capability. The manufacturers always heavily recommend against enabling that feature. When storing digital assets or private keys for other purposes, often you'll encounter people talking about topics such as cold storage, which is the idea of storing a secret offline on computers that are disconnected, or in some cases, not even on any computers at all. This is also where you'll hear mention of air-gapped machines. Air-gapped meaning that it is not connected to an active network that is connected to the public internet. This is also, and I might regret this, but similar to scenarios you might have seen in movies such as Mission Impossible, where there's an air-gapped machine. When we're talking about this, especially in a commercial context, there are essentially what I would describe as secure signing ceremonies involving numerous people. The signing ceremonies for a technology called DNSSEC, which secures the internet's domain system, involves dozens of people. It involves video recording, it involves extensive checklists and segregation of duties, 4I principles, and various quorums. It's a very expensive procedure. And this is all in the interest of securing these secrets. So I just mentioned securing the domain name system is one use of private keys, but there are others. We've talked a lot about digital assets today. And in that context, anyone can go look at various market cap calculations and see hundreds of billions of dollars being protected by secret keys for more than a decade now. However, there are other uses of secret keys that I think should be considered in some capacity. And if not considered, then perhaps explicitly excluded, if that is not your interest here. In particular, for example, for secret keys that are used in encryption, I believe that impacts journalism and journalists, which has important implications for a republic. The ability to have encrypted data to keep sources private is of critical importance. Similarly, there's also full disk encryption, which has been mentioned. Full disk encryption has a number of interesting use cases. One that I'll bring up is border crossings, such as international border crossings, and the ability to take encrypted data abroad. The idea there being that it is commercial data that you do not necessarily want foreign governments to have access to. That is of great importance. Another one is privacy with respect to citizens and the right to privacy. And many people ask, well, I might have nothing to hide, so what do I have to fear? And while that is entirely true, the question is whether for all future political parties, do you believe you have something that they won't choose to discriminate if it was made public? So the disclosure of private keys relating to encryption and personal data is also a great deal of importance. This also applies to phones. I don't know if that needs to be mentioned. It applies to e-commerce, as Mr. Allen mentioned, and also digital identity. The commercial reality of key management is that this is an expensive process to secure private keys. It involves personnel, it involves procedures, rituals, and essentially the idea of cold storage is that you have to increase the friction to access these keys. And access in this context goes back to those functions that I identified earlier, such as generating a key, signing a message, encrypting a message, or decrypting a message. When a company seeks, for example, insurance over their use of secret keys, that insurance will most likely be violated by compelled disclosure of the actual key, of the actual secret key itself. So that is another detail to think about there. Furthermore, I'd argue that it's unlikely that a judge or a judge's contractor is prepared to securely custody a private key. And in the event that a company is compelled to disclose a private key, I think it raises a substantial doubt to the company's key management practices and a loss of trust by the customers of that company and the company's ability to secure either digital assets or other information. Another detail, of course, is that with secret keys, they can be, I guess the right word might be commingled. They can be used for multiple purposes simultaneously. So ultimately, I believe that the draft that I saw was quite interesting, and I am definitely in favor of compelling the certain use of secret keys long before any attempt at compelled disclosure. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bishop, thank you for providing your testimony and for being here today. I wanted you to expound a little bit on your concerns related to insurance and the implications of disclosure of a private key that might be related to or linking to other assets and how that might cause problems for insuring those assets.
Of course. So with respect to insurance policies, they are all, well, if the insurance company does their job, they're all quite clear as to what is covered and what is not covered. And specifically, if any procedures that were agreed to upfront with the insurer are violated, or there are other procedures that the insurer was not made aware of, then the policy is violated and they will not cover any future actions, which could cause requirement for example, renegotiation, getting new insurance, having a lapse of insurance temporarily, and other details like that.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Committee, questions for Mr. Bishop? Ms. Long, is there anything you want to tag along on here? No. Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Bishop, oh, Senator Rothfuss. You're muted, Senator. That
Thank you,
mute
Mr.
button's a
Chairman.
little tricky today.
I know. I've actually clicked it each time too. I don't know if my mouse is failing or what. Maybe not a question, but a statement that I think it's important to understand the broader implications of secret keys, where it's not necessarily an individual that a secret key is governing, but Mr. Allen discussed the fact that his secret keys, several of them relate to family members, business practices, other members of the business, and expose their assets and resources to potential risk. And I think Mr. Bishop's testimony kind of gets at the same types of points, that it's just not clean from a business standpoint, or I think appropriate for business to not protect these types of assets when you consider the implications to third parties that might not be the subject of an investigation or a criminal complaint, either whether it's a criminal complaint or a civil complaint, but have their assets brought in, and then the potential exposure that could result from that, which leads to business decisions like insurance and other concepts. So I think Mr. Bishop's discussion points related to how it affects industry are really important for the committee to think through and understand.
Yeah, I agree. And Mr. Bishop, really appreciate your comments. Sometimes we deal with things that are very esoteric. And so to have, definitely to have our business folks, our industry right here in Wyoming, testifying on the topics, helping us understand why the whole purpose of the things we do, I should back up. This committee and the legislature isn't to just pass a bunch of pieces of paper into law and make our green books bigger and then feel good about passing laws, but to actually do things that help and benefit industry. So hearing your testimony on how to accomplish that and what it can accomplish, I think is it's just really big for Wyoming. So do appreciate your time, and for your first time testifying, you did an awesome job.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so Mr. Co-Chairman, the bill is slated for this topic. However, personally, my recommendation, Mr. Co-Chairman, unless you say different, and committee, unless you feel different, I'm not sure that it is going to do us a lot of good to actually bring the bill forward right now and discuss it. I think we ought to just set that aside and return to it at a later point in time. Without Senator Nethercott present, I just don't think that, I think we'll just be spending time and then spending time again on the topic once she arrives. I think she's an important part of that conversation. Co-Chairman Rothfuss.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that's true. The one thing I would ask is if there is anybody on the committee, based on testimony, that has any concerns or would like to see something tweaked or changed for the next meeting when we bring it back. If there is, we could certainly get at least an amendment drafted or get it drafted into a future build. So I'd invite that discussion. But yeah, I absolutely think that we should have our broader discussion with Senator Nethercott here.
Okay, I like that idea. Committee, do you have anything you would like for LSO to draft as a potential amendment, conceptual changes, substantive changes, or if not, we'll just bring the bill forward and have that discussion in December? All right, very good. So we'll move on. You'll notice we've skipped our break, but what I'd like to do is see if we can, I'm going to push hard and fast to get through SIM card before lunch, and then that will only put us a topic behind, and hopefully we can get caught up in the afternoon. So with that, let's move over to SIM card. Identity protection.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I could be wrong, but Chancery courts might be quicker than SIM card.
Okay, because we do have to go. I don't want to cut Clarissa's memo short, so that's a
Exactly.
good point. I want her to be able to go through her research, and we do have a couple of industries. So let me look at Chancery Court. We have Mr. Kaufman. We do not have Senator Nethercott, but we have Representative Greer, and I think together, Mr. Kaufman and Representative Greer can tell us what we need to know about Chancery Courts. Does that sound good to you guys?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think that'll get us to lunch sooner.
Okay.
Without breaking the topic in half.
That probably keeps Representative Greer happy.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I might just note really quickly that Liz Zerga and Bruce Assay have commitments this afternoon.
Oh.
So they were hoping to address the SIM card legislation prior to the lunch break, but just wanted to note that real
So
quick.
I got you. So you're telling me the whole world doesn't just stop for our committee.
And our lunches.
And our
exactly.
lunches.
Yeah,
I
Mr. Chairman,
gotcha.
I take back my suggestion. I think we should at least take that public comment before lunch at a minimum.
Ms. Nord, what is your timing expectation for your memo?
My memo presentation will be really quick. It's just a 5 to 10 minute presentation, and then those folks can provide comment after that. So I think
Excellent. Then let's proceed with that. Let's proceed with your memo.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. So today I'll be summarizing the memo I provided regarding SIM swapping best practices and standards. And really the overarching idea of this memo is that a number of industry representatives and federal agencies have issued guidance regarding protecting telecommunications users against SIM swap attacks, but formal regulations and rules are currently not in place. So starting on page 1 of the memo, if you'd like to follow along with me, I outlined just some very brief background information about SIM swapping. So just to, I'm sure you're all aware, but just to quickly explain what a SIM card is, SIM is an acronym for Subscriber Identity or Identification Module. And a SIM card is a small plastic removable chip in a cell phone that contains unique data to a telecommunications device user. And so SIM card data can either be transferred physically by removing the chip from a previous device and placing it in a new one, or that data can be transferred electronically. And that process is typically completed by a telecommunications provider. And according to the Global System for Mobile Communications Association, or the GSMA, the electronic transfer of SIM card data really can prove to be quite useful for users in a number of circumstances, but the first being if a SIM card is lost, the next if a different size SIM card is needed for a new device, and then if the user is transferring their service to a different provider network. But regardless of the usefulness of this service, we're still seeing cyber criminals take advantage of both providers and users. And so to explain what a fraudulent SIM swap is, this is when cyber criminals can obtain access to a user's SIM card data without their authorization or consent. And once they have access to that SIM card data, most commonly a cell phone number is part of that data, they can receive communications associated with online providers that they send. So this is one way for those folks to work around two-factor authentication security methods. So they can often receive one-time verification codes via text to reset passwords and then gain complete access to those accounts. And to find more information about the process, I outline that in Appendix A of the memo. And then for industry standards and recommendations, this is on pages 2 and 3 of the memo. So the CTIA, which is the U.S. Trade Association representing the communications industry, and GSMA maintain the industry is really continuously evolving their security measures to prevent fraudulent SIM swaps. And at the national level, the industry is really trying to balance the right of telecommunications users to transfer that SIM card data while also preventing against SIM card fraud. And so according to the CTIA, the industry is currently offering account pins or the ability to lock or freeze a wireless account to defend it against fraudulent SIM swaps. And then they're also sending one-time passcodes over text message or email when those changes are requested to verify the identity of the requester. They're also training employees to identify signs of a fraudulent SIM swap request, and then they're utilizing technology to identify and prevent unauthorized SIM card swaps. And then they're finally working with law enforcement to hold SIM swap cyber criminals accountable. And I think it's really important to note here that providers, to a certain extent, need to keep what security measures they're implementing confidential, because if they post everything online that they're doing to protect users, those cyber criminals could easily figure out ways to work around those measures. And then the GSMA recommends that providers should implement a couple other measures in addition to their existing efforts. So the first being that they should require SIM swaps to be completed in person at a physical store location. Access to connected financial accounts should be restricted up to 48 hours. And then users should be required to provide identification documents at a physical store location when those changes are requested. And then finally, they recommend that telecommunications and financial service providers should create a watch list of those confirmed cyber criminals and report those cyber criminals to law enforcement. And then moving on to federal guidance. So the Federal Communications Commission and the Federal Trade Commission have not published official regulations or rules regarding SIM swapping, but they've posted and issued a variety of recommendations for users to follow to kind of limit the possibility of fraudulent SIM swaps. And these recommendations are in Appendix C of the memo. And then finally, in the last couple pages of the memo, I summarized findings from a recent study that was conducted by researchers at Princeton University. And so these researchers developed a number of recommendations following their study. So they recommend providers should discontinue insecure methods of user authentication. This typically means they should not use methods such as last payment information, personal information, recent calls, insecurity questions, things of that nature, because a lot of this information can be found online. And then they also recommend that providers should implement additional methods of secure user authentication. These methods can include support over an app or a website, and then also with a one-time password set over a phone call. And then the researchers also recommend providers to offer optional heightened security measures, and these measures can include enabling multi-factor authentication, and then also putting a note on the account that a change to the account must be completed in person at a store location. And then providers should also respond to failed authentication attempts by contacting the user, and then also by placing a 24-hour delay on the SIM swap request. And then providers should also conceal sensitive account details before user authentication to prevent potential bribery situations. And this recommendation is particularly important because there's been a number of circumstances where customer service representatives have been involved in bribery situations for providers. And then finally, the researchers recommend that providers should train customer support representatives regarding proper authentication methods, but they note that the technical safeguards I previously mentioned should also be in place to prevent SIM swap fraud. So that completes my presentation, and I'm happy to stand for any questions you all might have.
Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Nord, those recommendations they sound great. I know from personal experience, they're not being implemented. What is the status of those recommendations, and has there been action, especially given that the infamous Twitter hack in July, we now know started with a SIM swap, and it was, I believe, related to fraud. Someone paid off a worker in a phone store who had unfettered access to customers' private information. Is anything being done about this, or is it literally just recommendations that the carriers are ignoring?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Long, that's a great question. And these recommendations that I referenced were from a study that was published in January. So you make a great point that the July hack is pretty relevant here. I think Ms. McCabe from the CTIA might be able to better answer your question in terms of what providers are doing right now. In just looking at the providers' websites and what they have posted publicly online, they are implementing a couple of these recommendations, specifically adding a PIN to the user's account, things of that nature, enabling those additional methods of authentication, I think are being done currently. But in terms of the status of the other recommendations, I think Ms. McCabe might be able to provide you with that information.
Let's bring Ms. McCabe in now, actually. And
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got all three of them, and I just wanted to say to Clarissa, great work. I think this is an excellent background memo and provides us with the detail and information that we needed. So thank you so much, Ms. Nord.
Absolutely, yes. Thank you, Ms. Nord. Ms. McCabe, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself? And you've already got one question teed up, so.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lisa McCabe, and I'm here on behalf of CTIA, the Trade Association for the Wireless Communications Industry. Legislation targeting wireless providers and holding them liable for the criminal activity of others is misdirected. It would not protect consumers from identity thieves, would make Wyoming a target for fraudsters, would create a litigious environment that's bad for business. At the last hearing, wireless providers were compared to banks. This is a false analogy. Wireless providers are not banks. They don't take bank deposits, and they do not have access to their customers' assets. Regarding the claim that wireless providers are leaving the bank vault door open, unfortunately, a fraudulent SIM swap isn't the only way in which login and password credentials can be obtained by criminals. They could be stolen through social engineering, phishing, hacking into email, social media, and other accounts. Protecting consumer data is an ongoing process. For example, consumers are encouraged to use passwords and PINs on accounts and devices, and cryptocurrency wallet providers must have the appropriate security in place on their apps and within their systems to protect their customers' assets. The committee discussed including a private right of action with possibly treble damages in draft legislation. A private right of action would create a perverse incentive for fraudsters to set up a cryptocurrency account in Wyoming, have another fraudster steal those assets, and then turn around and sue wireless providers. This would bring bad actors to Wyoming to take advantage of this litigious landscape, which is hostile to business. It's troubling that this legislation targets wireless providers, the same companies that are investing in Wyoming by deploying wireless networks and who have a positive economic impact in Wyoming of upwards of $500 million annually to the state GDP. The paper on SIM swaps was raised, and it's important to use caution when using a single paper as the basis for legislation. Wireless providers have tools and practices to fight SIM swap fraud. To respond to discussion about wireless customer service reps in the stores and on the phone and online do not have access to customer password and PIN information. A 24-hour waiting period was mentioned, and this would be extremely onerous for customers on the chance that it might deter a fraudster. Customers request tens of millions of SIM swaps each year, and only a tiny fraction end up being fraudulent. Legislation only on a single point in the security ecosystem, rather than on those who commit the actual crimes, is misguided, would not provide additional security for consumers against identity theft, and would negatively impact businesses operating in Wyoming. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. McCabe. Maybe it was a little confusing, but there was a question. I'm not sure if you heard the question from Ms. Long before coming into the waiting room. We wanted you to, if you had any information on that question, that is actually why I called on you.
Oh, my
Do
mistake.
you need the question repeated?
It was about some of, yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Long.
All right, letting my ears, Mr. Chairman, take a break from the headphones. Yes, the question is, how many of the recommendations in that report have actually been implemented? And I can say from personal experience that most of them have not, and I'm curious what the official word is. Also, I would point you to the discovery that came out in the lawsuit against AT&T for more than $200 million. That indeed the representatives in the store at least did very recently have unfettered access to customers' usernames and passwords. What specifically has been done by the industry to prevent that obvious source of attack?
My understanding is that customer PIN and password information is not available to customer care reps. You know, there are many other ways in which information, as I mentioned, information could be gathered by a criminal, by social engineering, phishing, or hacking. They could obtain all the information they would need in order to officially authenticate through the process, because they've stolen all the necessary information. Regarding the report was limited in that it only looked at wireless providers, but the industry did meet with those researchers and shared a lot of information and gathered some information with respect to that. And many of the processes mentioned in the LSO report talk about some of the processes in place. These are not an exhaustive list. As was mentioned, we can't identify every single thing that is done, because this would make it easier for fraudsters to be able to follow us through that path.
So, Ms. McGabe, if I understand you right, you can't identify the consumer protection measures that are being taken to protect consumers, because that will open us to greater fraud?
Many of the ones that were mentioned in the report are ones that we do, but it's a holistic approach that all of the industry takes and continually evolves in order to react to different types of threats that happen in the security environment. So customers do not have access, customer care reps do not have access to PIN and password information. And there are also the providers work with financial institutions, providing cooperate with financial institutions as well as law enforcement to identify various cybersecurity threats, including those related to SIM swaps.
Maybe we could approach it this way, Ms. McGabe. So there's a huge consumer protection issue. We are a governing body that is searching for solutions for our public. Help us understand precisely what is being done to protect the public, so that we don't have to take action. That's what I'm not hearing from you. But maybe that's the list that we can't have.
Well, a number of those things were listed: offering passwords and PINs for consumers. I mean, as you can see in the report, it's a holistic thing. There are things that financial institutions should do in order to protect their customers' assets. The wireless carriers work to protect their customers from fraudulent swaps, as well as consumers need to take actions to protect themselves. So it's very much a holistic approach that needs to be taken across all different aspects, not just specific to one aspect of security. which is SIM swaps, because by the time a SIM swap occurs, it's usually the bad actor has already obtained all of the information they need in order to perform that swap, because they've already hacked into their email. They already have their password information. They already know everything about that person in order to impersonate them.
Senator Rothfuss.
Go ahead, Mr. Chairman. I see Representative Lindholm has a question.
Representative Lindholm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. McCabe, thank you for your testimony. It's often hard to for us as Wyomingites, when we do this and we attract national attention, your national association and multiple other national associations, it's almost like we speak a different language, because you're used to dealing with a different type of crowd. We're used to just straightforward, hard-hitting answers. And so I'm going to hit you with a straightforward one. On one of the organizations that you represent, right on their website, I'm on their website right now. They specifically state, you'll be asked by our reps to communicate your account PIN before authorizing any changes to your account. So
they don't have access to that PIN. Oh, pardon me. They don't have access to that PIN and password information. You have to provide it to them and they have to input it. They cannot, they don't have the password.
Right. And so getting to my point being is that some of the issues that have arisen in the past have come about because of negligent security parameters by some of the companies that you represent in regards to some of their employees being criminal. Now, granted, I mean, hey, there's no such thing as thought control. You're not going to keep people from doing criminal type actions. The point of the legislation, though, is that when you do have some employees that participate in criminal activity, which has happened, who do we hold accountable? And so
the criminal.
The criminal, and would make your organization separate from any other type of entity out there, because when I have employees and they're negligent and criminal on my behalf and help some of my customers lose their assets, I can be held accountable. And so I understand where you're coming from, that you shouldn't be held accountable, or these organizations shouldn't be held accountable, because even though that person was on the clock and acting on the behest of the company, because they didn't do exactly what they're being allowed to do, they acted in a criminal type behavior, then your company is completely free and clear, even though in some of these situations you're talking about the very lifeblood, every piece of savings that certain individuals hold. And so if this bill is not the answer, Ms. McCabe, what is the answer? Because currently right now, with no responsibility being held by the wireless carriers in this regard, and no large amount of assistance coming from the federal government, who's supposed to be able to be the ones investigating this and holding those accountable, this is why we're looking at this. And so, Ms. McCabe, I certainly listen. You got to represent your association. This is what you do, and I certainly respect that. But is there another direction that we can go down here if this is not it?
Well, a wireless carrier is not a bank. They don't have access to the assets in a bank. A fraudulent SIM swap may be the last step in the identity theft, where they've gone to use that to do some authentication of an account. However, banks have many processes in place, and banks offer options for their consumers to choose to protect their assets. If they don't choose to use a wireless phone to authenticate, they can make that choice not to. Banks can also say, don't use that, use an app authenticator. So we don't have access to those assets, just like we don't have access to when someone uses a website to buy something and something fraudulent happens through that. I think it's also important to note, because you want to go after the criminals. The criminals, if they're an employee who is committing a crime, they are a criminal. And I think it might be important to look at your identity theft statutes and see how they stack up to states around you. Are they strong enough? Are they appropriate?
Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to really drill down. So one of the recommendations is to look at the identity theft statute. Certainly appreciate that. Most of these, I don't think any of this has ever happened in the state of Wyoming, as far as where the criminal was actually here and facilitating a SIM swap. And I certainly respect basically what I'm saying is that we've got these fences that we can't go over, unfortunately. But in regards to your statement that you're not a bank, completely agree. Listen, I agree you guys aren't a bank. You don't have to comply with KYC, AML. You don't have to do all of that. But at the same time, some of your negligent employees, the criminal employees, have facilitated a SIM swap, which allowed a huge transfer of wealth to people that were never intended to have it. And so you're certainly not a bank, but we're certainly living in 2020 where times are a little bit different as far as what you can do with a mobile device. And so that's what this committee is trying to drill down on. We can't prosecute outside of the state, right? We can't go after the criminals in whatever state they're living in or whatever country they're living in. So how do we hold the company that's facilitating some of this theft accountable via maybe just some ideas as far as what we can do within the state of Wyoming to put a stop to this?
I think continuing to be able to have allow a holistic approach within all parts of the wireless ecosystem and the cybersecurity ecosystem is really important. Having some kind of static rule in place in Wyoming could down the road work to inhibit any type of new technology or new security provision that could come into place down the road. So that's the concern about having a law with respect to this for just Wyoming. And then you're working toward a patchwork, which is even more difficult.
Representative Lindholm.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea that I heard there was holistic approach. I get it. You don't like the bill. I get that. That aside, holistic approach. What does that mean exactly?
It means that identity theft, SIM swap is one type of identity theft, just like phishing, hacking, and social engineering. So you need to look at all of these types of identity theft together, because there needs to be a risk-based approach in order to protect from all of those things. And it's all different types of industries and players in the ecosystem working together to address identity theft on the whole. And we really want to go after those criminals who are perpetrating the crime of identity theft.
Follow up there, Representative Lindholm. As I'm hearing the conversation, I keep hearing the word holistic, and in my mind, that means, and I think you said it, Ms. McGade, everyone working together, but that includes the wireless communicators. It doesn't just include prosecutors prosecuting quote unquote criminals. It includes everyone taking responsibility for failures in the system. Yeah, that's what holistic means to me. Whether holistic means holistically everybody who is responsible is a player and an actor and held responsible in a SIM card negligent swap or whatever you want to call it, but or whether that means looking at all types of cybersecurity issues, sure. But this is just SIM swapping issue is one issue that we've honed in on, and I think your point is well made. There are all kinds of actors who are responsible. I think it's extremely disingenuous to pretend that the only actor responsible is the criminal. I think that we all recognize that the criminal is one actor that ought to be held responsible. But if there are other actors along the line that ought to be held responsible, that's what we're trying to figure out. The wireless communicator being a communication company being one of them. That if their employees are a part of the negligence, it is no different than any other failure in our market systems where we hold companies accountable for employees' negligence while on the job. It's actually consistent with that principle. It's disingenuous to us to just say that every action is simply criminal and all of those employees must be outside the scope of their employment, and everything that happened that went wrong was everybody else's fault and not a wireless communicator. And I don't think that this bill is saying the opposite. I don't think this bill is saying that the only entity responsible is a wireless communicator. It's simply saying that that is one entity that may be responsible. And here is a solution to their responsibility. Any other questions, comments for Ms. McCabe? Senator Rothfuss, you wanted to weigh in earlier.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'd be interested in hearing the other testimony first. I'm good with the discussion so far. I think it's been informative.
Okay, let's jump. I don't know if Ms. Zerga or Mr. AC, you have, either of you prefer to go first. Ms. Zerga, your hand is up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Select Committee. Can you hear me? I'm Liz Zerga. Normally you see me, as I've indicated before, representing the Wyoming Telecommunications Association, but today I am representing Silverstar Communications. From previous testimony before this committee, you will recall Silverstar is a very small wireless carrier over in the western part of the state. One of the first things that I would like to address is, what does Silverstar do? Again, I won't give you an exhaustive list of everything they do to protect accounts because it would be inappropriate in a public space for me to identify all of those. But I assure you that Silverstar does take customer account information, the privacy of that, very, very seriously. So Silverstar is fortunate insofar as it is a small carrier. It operates over in the far western part of the state. And in order to facilitate a SIM card swap, a physical SIM card swap, Silverstar requires that the customer come into the local office. They also require the customer to have a password. In order to facilitate an electronic SIM card swap, the customer must have a password. In addition, the customer must supply other kinds of information. So this is not the floor representatives, the people that are the lower level employees do not have access to password information at Silverstar. Only the security group has access to password information if necessary. In addition, related to the swapping of an account, we have porting of accounts, which is where the customer has left, let's say Silverstar, goes to another carrier. And there is an entire federal process that's in place with regard to how that is processed. So I want to talk about those practices and say Silverstar has not experienced this problem with SIM card swap. I think I've said that before, and it continues to be that way. That's not to say that you are always one step ahead of a cyber criminal. They are very innovative, but they do try. Silverstar tries very hard. And I think one of the things you have to think about in this, as you look at this, is that a carrier, like a small carrier like Silverstar, needs to be able to remain flexible about how they approach this. And some things that were done in the past to protect accounts are now obsolete because cyber criminals have figured it out and are able to get around that. So trying to establish in statute a one-size-fits-all and a set of standards, it's an evolving situation, and Silverstar takes it very seriously and is evolving with it. The second thing I would say is there seems to be a perception that a carrier like Silver Star or perhaps the other carriers are in some way shielded from a lawsuit or shielded from liability? And the answer is that's not accurate. There are other laws. Well, first of all of these telecommunication carriers are subject to laws regarding CPNI, which is confidential proprietary network information that is regulated by the FCC pursuant to 47 USC 222. And what that protects is customer account information, various customer account information. And if a carrier through a SIM swap or some other possibility, and here we're talking about employees, the employees of the carrier, are involved in transmitting that information, that company and the employees may be held liable both in front of the FCC and also in a private lawsuit. There is a private right of action. And if you go to some of these well-publicized cryptocurrency rights of action that have, complaints that have been filed against some of the larger carriers, you will usually see count 1 of the complaint is a violation of CPNI. And because that is one of the bases that persons who have been injured by SIM card swaps involving employees of carriers have filed a cause of action. The second is just regular negligence. As Representative Lindholm said, if he's an employer who employs employees who engage in criminal misconduct and it causes damages, he might be held liable for that. There's a whole series of case law, respondeat superior for criminal activity of employees that is established, and it's established in Wyoming. It applies across industries. There is not a shield from that for carriers. So what I'm telling you is there are avenues for bringing a lawsuit against a carrier. They do turn on factual issues. And that's not unlike any other kind of industry. If you're if you're an oil company and you have employees that engage in some kind of criminal activity, and you bring a lawsuit as a result of an injury, all of that's going to turn on the facts. What did the employer know? What kind of training did they have? What could they reasonably foresee? Those kinds of things, the kinds of things that you expect to see. So what I would suggest to you is, I know there are pending lawsuits against some of the other larger carriers. Those are the kinds of things that are alleged in those lawsuits. And so I don't think that we're at a place right now where it's necessary to create a new cause of action, especially not a strict liability cause of action, because these things really do turn on factual issues. And in some cases, I think plaintiffs might end up prevailing. In other cases, perhaps not. And that's no different than any other industry where you have employees that are alleged to have engaged in criminal activity that has resulted in damage to someone else, and that someone else seeks to hold the employer liable. So I hope that's helpful, and I don't have a lot else to say at this point. I do appreciate LSO staff's memo. I thought it was a good overview of what SIM card swap is and about some of the things that some of the carriers are doing, and I really appreciate that. So thank you. And I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
So, Ms. Sturga, you mentioned just a brief mention to some of the private lawsuits. Do you feel that there are sufficient remedies in law existing for tort actions or whatever the action may be? That it's just a matter of whether individuals pursue them through the courts under those existing avenues, stepping beyond what can carriers do, what can every stakeholder and player do along the way to try to mitigate the impacts. I guess ultimately the question is, do we already have the actions available to us? It's just a matter of pursuing them.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for that question. So obviously I'm an attorney in Wyoming sitting and looking at lawsuits that are, in other jurisdictions and looking at the complaints that are filed, the responses, those kinds of things. What I've seen, and I haven't done a huge comprehensive search on all of this, but what I've seen is a lot of those complaints were filed in 2019, 2018, 2019. And I've told you what they allege. They allege count 1, violation of CPNI, count 2, something else, count 3, negligence, on and on and on. And I do know, I can't say it exhaustively, but I do know that some of those suits have survived motion for summary judgment challenges. So they are going to go to a jury, and a jury is going to decide. And there are remedies under those statutes. If the facts support those violations, the answer, is that the law that exists now does provide remedies. I think we're at a place where these big lawsuits are showing us whether or not the existing law is something that is useful and helpful. Certainly the plaintiffs and their attorneys believe they are. They've alleged these causes of action. They've survived summary judgment. It's going to go to a jury. And so I guess what I'm telling you is it looks to me like it's operating like the rest of tort law or federal causes of action, which is it looks like there is a mechanism that has survived summary judgment. It's going to go to a jury, and a jury is going to decide under those circumstances, does the factual support that violation? And if they say yes, then I would say, yeah, the law is, there's a remedy, there's remedies, and there's recovery or there's settlement. So yes, but I can't tell you, I haven't seen one. And again, I have not done an exhaustive search where it has gotten to the level where there's a jury verdict. Now, maybe there is, maybe it's out there. So I can't say to you, what I can tell you is the courts have said, yeah, there's sufficient remedies under this that it can proceed to jury and the jury can decide. Does that make sense? Thanks.
Yep, that's very helpful. Ms. Long.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just along those lines, I think that's a great question. One of the things that's fascinating, and thanks, Ms. Zerga, you gave a great summary again, and I do see a distinction between the smaller companies that actually do make a bigger effort and the larger ones that have just resisted increasing the security in their systems, including in response to these huge lawsuits, which to your point have survived summary judgment and are going to trial. But to my knowledge, I agree with you, I'm not aware of any of them yet that have gone to a jury. But if you step back and think about the facts that you just laid out, that we've had several huge lawsuits that have been brought. First of all, it's very expensive for a consumer to bring litigation. And secondly, when you see these kinds of things against an industry, and the industry is continuing to fight multi-hundred-million-dollar lawsuits tooth and nail, what does that tell you about the consumer protection issues? It tells you that they think that it's more expensive for them to spend the money fighting the lawsuit, or it's cheaper for them to spend the money fighting the lawsuits than it is to fix the problem. And the vast majority of people who've been victims of this have not had a lot of financial damage and just don't end up litigating this. It took someone literally losing $30 million in order to justify the cost of moving forward in a big lawsuit against, in his case, it was AT&T. But the fact that you just see the industry fighting these tooth and nail instead of just settling them and agreeing to upgrade the security on their systems, I think speaks volumes about the consumer issue, which is why we've gotten to the point where it probably is time for government to take action to defend the little guy who can't afford to proceed in a private right of action. Thank you.
Senator Rothfuss.
I saw Ms. Zerga wanted to respond.
I'm sorry, but sometimes with Zoom, you can't see the whole thing. It depends on how you have it open at any given moment. Ms. Zerga.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Long. Two things. One, if I neglected to say it, the CPNI statute that I've cited that is in a lot of those lawsuits, it provides that the prevailing party is entitled to costs of litigation and attorney's fees. If the plaintiff was to prevail, they would recoup their costs and attorney's fees. The second thing I really want to stress is I do not want my testimony to be taken as any evidence or indication that small carriers are doing everything and big carriers are doing nothing. I don't represent the big carriers, but I do know that they take these issues seriously. And I am aware of some of the protections they put in place. Like LSO, you can go through the websites and look at things that they have done. So I don't want my testimony to be taken as any suggestion that they're not doing anything. In fact, I think they are. And is it adequate, or was it adequate at the time some of these causes of action arose? That's going to be for a jury to decide. It looks like that's what's going to happen. Most industries, and I don't think telecommunications is any different, but you get a couple of lawsuits where you end up getting dinged or hit for something, that changes behavior. I mean, it just does. Ask yourself about some of the lawsuits and bigger lawsuits. So again, I think we're at a point where there are remedies. If they don't work, we're going to know about it here in, I can't say how fast those dockets will move, but they're ready for trial. I do think carriers are moving on beyond what they used to do and have implemented a lot of security issues. So that's what I would say to you.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Zerga. I think there's a lot of good reason to be sensitive on this, but we do have to watch and understand this better as things move through courts. I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, hear from Mr. Acey and see what he has to add before maybe we have a little bit of a conversation about how to proceed, but we do need to get everybody an opportunity to break for lunch in the not so distant future as well. So,
Bruce, welcome. Introduce yourself to the committee, and then please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Bruce Acey, and I appear here today on behalf of Union Telephone Company, and I would like to thank the staff for accommodating me in doing this and for their work. It has been mentioned, and I guess I need to note that Union Telephone Company provides not only local exchange service, but has an extensive wireless service that it provides in the Intermountain West, particularly in Wyoming. And really is trying to develop its system to meet the needs of those in the state of Wyoming. That said, it has been mentioned as part of this proceeding that we should use a holistic approach. And that has been met with a little bit of skepticism. And I would simply note this, that that is a good approach, particularly as we are concerned as wireless carriers with the bill. And that is because it does tip the scales with respect to making it easier for an individual who may have been injured by a fraudulent act to go after wireless carriers. Now we don't have the money. From our perspective, it's no different than General Motors being responsible for a drunk driver, really, because it's just, we take action, and we take action to prevent the very type of fraudulent acts that you're talking about. There's been a number of points that have been made, and I certainly would like to recognize what Union does to prevent fraud. Number one, again, we do have offices throughout the state, but in these offices, we require personal identification, and we require passwords. We don't maintain credit card information, but we do require security information that we have on file. that we do maintain. We believe that these types of security measures are important to prevent the type of fraud that you're addressing. And, you know, I don't wish to throw stones, but our main point that we would like to emphasize is that we believe that consumer education is very important. We believe that consumers have a responsibility to protect their information, and admittedly, sometimes it can be very, very difficult. Those who commit fraud in this industry, or as it's been pointed out repeatedly thus far, are very sophisticated and are always trying to be ahead of the curve with respect to how they're trying to obtain information. But oftentimes, by the time they get to us, they have the information and are moving through with respect to it. So we believe that when we talk about a holistic approach, one of the major things that we need to do is not only focus on whether we as a wireless industry are maintaining appropriate standards and are meeting the industry standards and are meeting the reports and recommendations that are out there. But we also think as part of that we need to look at, additional education. So those who are a particularly vulnerable section of our economy are protected, and that we watch out for them with respect to advisories or what have you, so that they're on the lookout and do protect their information. Or perhaps others, watch it for them so that it's not subject to being divulged. And if that happens, we're indicating that in many respects, there shouldn't be, a, kind of a solution looking for a problem, that there are ways that we can address it. And I can understand, Mr. Chairman, your concern and wanting to find a way that we can address this, you and the rest of the committee. But please understand, the Union Telephone is trying to engage in those kind of preventive measures to try to prevent it. And as long as we are meeting industry standards, we believe that we shouldn't be exposed to fraudulent acts for really action that we have no control over. As has been mentioned, there are litigation solutions out there, and we shouldn't, by this litigation, try to tip the scale with respect to the measures that can be taken. In fact, if anything, when we look at possible avenues for legislation, I think the one aspect that needs to be addressed is whether, as a small carrier, are we meeting the recommendations in the industry? Are we doing those things that the industry recommends? If in fact we are, that certainly should be sufficient to satisfy any kind of test for reasonableness. To leave it open, I don't think is appropriate, particularly when we're meeting the standards that are out there. That said, again, and I know it's late, and I do appreciate you allowing us to testify into the noon hour to address the time and to give us an opportunity to address this. But that's what we're suggesting, because it is multifaceted, because it extends beyond the states and beyond state boundaries. We would also suggest that we look particularly to the FTC and the measures that they're taking and what they're accomplishing with respect to this problem. To do it in Wyoming on a state-by-state basis might not be the best approach, and that we should look for a more universal remedy rather than simply trying to address it in an isolated basis. That said, we again appreciate the staff, appreciate the committee, and Mr. Chairman, what you've accomplished in bringing this to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate your comments on consumer education. I think that everyone agrees with that. In any area of our lives, we all have a certain amount of responsibility that to keep ourselves safe, to keep our investment safe, whatever it may be in our lives. My question along that lines, Bruce, is where does that begin and end for the consumer, and then begin and end for government, for us in Wyoming? Where does it begin and end for the industry to play a part in that? Is education, maybe education is being set aside as not as important enough of a factor? Maybe it is a bigger part of the solution. Is there more that the state can do there? Is there more that industry can do? Where can we take it from there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that's an excellent question. And I do believe it allows me to get to a point that I didn't really emphasize enough. And that is, I'm impressed with what the FTC has put out with respect to education and protecting oneself. But as you look at a state, and particularly trying to protect what you might consider to be a vulnerable segment of our society, perhaps some of the very types of sites that we go to be educated on this area, perhaps those are not sites that would be commonly available to many who would be most uneducated with respect to this. Perhaps, Mr. Chairman, you point out that maybe we look to those consumer groups, those groups who represent a vulnerable area and segment of our society, and ask that they do more to really educate the members of their groups. That is one thing that I think can be done immediately, and I know it's being done, but it can be done more, particularly to make available websites that are available but might not be looked at as often as they should. And so, Mr. Chairman, I believe that one thing that the legislature can do is to make it clear that if, in fact, as an industry, and particularly as a segment of the industry, as a particular carrier, if we're doing those things that have been recommended, and we are taking every reasonable efforts with respect to meeting industry standards, if we're doing those things, I think it can be established that we're doing those things that are needful to properly educate consumers and address our responsibility in this area.
Great, thank you. Because I just think of all the things in my life where you try to think of who are the consumers and who are the most vulnerable in the consumers. And I think of the legislature, and I get an email at least once a week where there's some kind of phishing scam that comes through, to all of us. And then you watch, and a couple minutes later, you get another email from LSO saying, don't accept an email from Representative so-and-so, they were hacked. And, I don't consider the legislature of Wyoming to be uneducated. I certainly think they're very educated individuals. It's just that we're all from different walks of life, and some of us are a little more adept to technology, and others don't use it as much. And so how we, if you see those phishing scams, like, for example, for me, and I'm sure your email looks the same, Bruce, say, in the practice of law, it's almost become email practice. And so I wade through emails all day long. So, and I'm always looking for those kinds of things. And, for my friend, Representative Lindholm, who, although he's very tech savvy, he may be spending most of his day working on fires in Crook County or working on his ranch, and not as much time with email as I might. And so, or my friend here, Representative Eklund, for example, who almost never emails. That's going to be new to him when he sees it. And so that's just what I'm trying to struggle with, is how we can do more with such a broad consumer base. And I understand exactly what you're saying and where you're coming from. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it. Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, to address really this overall topic, I think that we need to find a better path forward. We need to put protections in place, and we need to look to see if there's any action that can be taken. But one thing I am sensitive to is our cell phone providers and our telecommunication providers really didn't sign up for the job of holding our secrets in such a way as to protect our finances and our digital assets. And we use them for that because it was convenient to set up a two-factor authentication system through SMS and other things, and that's where this PIN swapping scam then becomes useful. But the challenge is it's hard to find a real perfect responsible party for tens of millions of dollars of liability, when I think if you offered the opportunity to a cell phone provider, hey, are you willing to be responsible for the two-factor authentication on my bank account? I don't know that they'd be excited to take that role on. I know I wouldn't. So I think that there's a lot of challenges here in terms of trying to figure out how to do it right. I do wish that folks that were representing consumer interests would work harder to ensure that they don't have clear text passwords in place. It sounds like they don't anymore. I know they have in the past. But it's frustrating when you hear stories about I can see the password, and I've had that story firsthand with providers that I believed would have the good sense to at least hash my information and didn't. So this is not secondhand anecdote. This is, you literally just read me my password off of your screen. That's ridiculous. So I know it gets done, and I would love to have the confidence that it's being done right and that everyone's getting on board. And I don't necessarily have that either, but I don't know what the specific path forward is. The responsibilities are a challenge, but we do want people that are holding personally identifiable information and secrets to keep those secrets using best practices, and we don't always get that out of them. So I don't know. We obviously need to break for lunch so everybody can eat. I don't know if we want to take any action before lunch, or if there are any more questions for our guests, since they can't all be joining us after lunch.
Mr. Tracy?
Yes, just very quickly, I would point out, I do think we need to join with the legislature in trying to address this problem. And Mr. Chairman, you addressed a concern that you had that is common to you. I would just like to note that we do have resources available that we're trying to use with respect to this. Union has an extensive internet phishing training exercise and testing that we do to address the very point that you made. So there are things and testing services that we do and protocols that we put in place to try to address your very concern. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bruce. And maybe I'll have to turn some of my colleagues towards that training so I can stop seeing those phishing scams every week. Committee, any other comments for Ms. Serga, Ms. McCabe, Bruce, Ms. Nord? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I did get a note from Mr. Allen that he would like to provide public comment for this topic, so I just wanted to mention that very quickly.
Yep, I've got that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm confident Mr. Allen's going to be here after lunch, so
yep,
let's defer that.
I am as well. But if we have any other questions for our presenters or commenters, Representative Yin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we're holding up lunch, so I'll be brief. Mr. Acey, the idea that, you do want to help tackle this issue, and if we had some sort of concrete test for reasonableness that both Union and Silver Star or any other provider, honestly, that is doing the good work of making sure that their systems are secure, can pass this test of reasonableness that we could come up with, I'm sure we could come up with and put in this bill, wouldn't that actually help protect our smaller providers against being lumped in with bad providers that are not being reasonable with their security? I mean, I think we have players that are clearly not doing a good job with their security, And I don't want to hurt the ones that are doing a good job, but I think it's still beneficial to the ones that are doing a good job to point out the ones that are doing a bad job and shining a light in a way that puts some sort of onus on them to be good actors. Is there some sort of concrete test that we could put in this bill that would satisfy me and wireless, Mr. AC?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yes, Representative, with respect to that, I would note that what, again, we're advocating is that we have, again, Union Telephone really does try to meet the needs of its consumers. And in doing that, as we're headquartered in southwestern Wyoming, we want to meet the needs of all the consumers in Wyoming. And if there are things that we can do in addition to educating, we want to do that. And it's not only, just letting you know what services we have available, and so that you're aware of that. We will try to extend those and keep up with what's available in industry so that we can meet the needs of consumers. And yes, if there's, a program or testing or other items that are available in the industry that we can do, we want to do that. We would never want to be viewed as someone that's not trying to help the very individuals that we try to serve.
You good, Representative Yin?
I'm ready for lunch, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll continue this topic when we return from lunch. Go ahead and we'll take a 1 hour lunch. So,
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we break, I did want to make one other note. We've received word that our friend and colleague, Representative Roy Edwards, passed away at 10:30 a.m. this morning. I'd like to have a moment of silence by the Select Committee to reflect on Roy and his strong commitment and service to the state of Wyoming, and to support his family through this difficult time. So if we may bow our heads for a moment and think about Roy and his family. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rothfuss, for that. Okay, colleagues, with that, we're going to break for lunch for an hour. So we'll be back here at 1:50.